Okay, we seem to all be assembled again. So what we're going to do today is try to give you some information that will allow you to practice remote viewing, healing, and making contact with others in this reality or outside this reality. So I'm going to talk a little at first about the things that you should do and probably more about the things that you should not do. Approach is everything. Okay. Approach is everything. Attitude is everything. It's not about technique. We're going to dispense with all the usual technique. The technique really isn't all that important. Often you'd start with a meditation, get into a good meditation state, best to get into point consciousness, and then you'd go from there toward, your remote viewing, your healing, or other things. But you'd start with a meditation. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do it stone cold, I guess you could say, without any of the props. And it will work just about as well that way. And eventually, it will work entirely, 100% as well that way. All of the rituals we go through to prepare ourselves to do these things are really unnecessary. For the most part, once you start the exercise, just involving yourself in the exercise will be enough to turn off your outside sensory information. You'll be thinking about what you're doing. You won't be listening to the traffic or doing other things. So it'll just automatically take care of itself. So don't feel like it's not the real thing if we don't start out with a meditation. It works just as well. Okay. Primary thing that you have to learn to do is to get your intellect out of the way. Your intellect is what will be probably your biggest problem here. That intellect wants to judge, it wants to assess, it wants to analyze everything that happens, as it happens. It's constantly a Johnny on the spot saying, well, what was that? Did I get that or did I get this other thing? Is that real, is that not real? It's just there yammering away all the time in your head. And these exercises have to take place primarily at the being level. You can use your intellect to give yourself direction. Okay, next step is I should be doing this. That's fine, but don't operate on it. Let your intellect be a guide, but not perform operations. No analyzing, no trying to figure things out, no guessing. That when we get to the remote viewing, the thing you'll have to struggle with most is not guessing, not trying to figure out the right answer. Okay, this is not about the right answer. This is about just being, doing the exercise and letting whatever happens happen. Okay? That way you'll be most likely to succeed. If you really, really want to succeed and you want it to happen, you want to get right answers, it'll be much less likely that you'll get any right answers. Okay, so you should approach this like a scientist who has no investment in the outcome. They're just going to try this experiment and see what happens. Okay, you've probably heard of a term called beginner's luck. When you go try something for the first time, you're better at it than after you really try to do it. You go out and whatever it is, whether it's a sport or anything. Let's say you're going to go bowling. You've never bowled before and somebody gives you a ball and you take it and say, well, okay, and you roll it down and you'll do pretty well. And they say, oh, that's beginner's luck. What is beginner's luck? Beginner's luck is you're not invested in the outcome. That's beginner's luck. You don't have performance anxiety because you don't expect to perform at all. You're just going to throw the ball down there and see what happens. You've never done it before. See? And you'll do much better. And then after you get a couple of strikes that way and everybody says, wow, beginner's luck, you say, oh yeah, I'm doing pretty well at this. I need to maybe pay a little more attention to what I'm doing and then your game all just disappears, right? Now it's gutter ball after gutter ball and you just can't do anything because now you're tensed up, you have anxiety, you have goals. This shouldn't be about the goal. It should be about the process. Now, we are going to give you some feedback. You're going to do things, and then particularly with the healing part and the remote viewing, we're going to give you feedback as to whether or not your diagnosis was a good one or not such a good one. Okay? But don't get focused on getting the right answer. Let that go. Get focused just on the process of doing it, of letting go. Getting out of your own way. Okay, that's the important thing. Then whether you get the right answer or not, let's just let that happen, however it happens. Okay? As you practice this, you will find that certain attitudes and feelings and more subtle things seem to happen this way when you're successful and get it right, and happen that way when you're not. Well, pay attention to that. If you then practice by repeating the ways that seem to work and letting go of the ways that don't, then in 3 months' time, if you were to do this, say if you were to spend half an hour a day, in 3 months' time, you'd be pretty good at it. You ought to be up in the 70, 75% success category. In 6 months or a year, you can be up into the 80, 90% category, which is almost as good as the people who do these kinds of things, professionally get. This is not that hard. The hardest thing about it is getting yourself out of the way, getting that intellect to be quiet. That's the hard part. Once you get past that, the rest of it is easy. Now, most people use tools to help focus their intent, to remote view, to heal, to make communications. They have tools for doing that. Ways of thinking about it that help them focus on what they're doing. Okay. Tools are just tools. The tools that you will find that work best for you are the tools that you yourself make up. You can read in books, and everybody will have their method, how they go about it. Oh, first you do this, and then you do that. And you can follow those, but that's somebody else's tool set. Those tools are just metaphors. A metaphor that resonates with you is much better than a metaphor that resonates with somebody else. So use your own metaphors, the ones that work for you. So you're starting to get an idea. This is an experimental sort of thing. You just do it at first, and you get whatever you get. Then you change things. Do it a little differently. Practice letting go. Practice with different tools. And some months go by, and if you do it, say, a half hour a day, you'll start to hone in on what's best for you and for the way you do it. Now, I'll suggest an array of tools as we do this that'll give you a place to start. But then feel free to get your own tools, to make adjustments to the tools I give you, to change them around or to do something else. That's fine. So the tools aren't important. But now if you've been doing this, if this is old hat to you and you've been healing and you've been communicating, whatever, and you have your own tool set, I'd say this time, just for today, just try it without those tools. Try to kind of break out of your normal way of doing it. And what you'll probably discover is that you can do about as well without your tools. And now that sets you free, so to speak, you see. It's like meditation. If you learn to meditate lying down and then you try to sit up in a chair and meditate, it doesn't work. You just can't do it because you're habituated to all the sensations and feelings and whatever of lying down. If you learn sitting up, lying down, it becomes impossible. The idea is to eventually make the tools as simple and easy and quick as possible. You see, you can have a lot of process. You can have tools that, first you have to have a dark room, and the room has to be quiet. And then you have a statue of Buddha over here and some incense burning there. And then you put on some music that's nice and kind of la-la land music. and you let that run. And people have a lot of rituals that they will go to. The problem with that is you're now very constrained to a very precise environment where you can't function. You can't do it. So even if your tool is just to relax first, take deep breaths, and well, you don't really need to do that. That becomes part of your ritual. So what we'd like to do is work with our tools, use whatever tool works, but then try to simplify, do without, practice, and you'll see that eventually almost no tools at all are necessary. And the only reason they were necessary in the first place was because you believed that they would be necessary. That's what makes them necessary. Which gets into the next biggest thing that will give you trouble here. If you have the attitude that this can't possibly work, or this can't possibly work for me, or it can't possibly work when I'm not relaxed first, I'm not meditating first, if all this is a problem, then that will give you a problem. Okay? So just be open, see what happens, not goal-focused, more process-focused, and mostly focused on just being, just experiencing, not thinking about it so much, just experiencing it. Okay? These are easy things to say, but they're actually very hard things to do. And it may take you some months before you really can do that. As simple as it sounds, oh, that's easy, I don't have to do anything at all. I just sit here and participate, That would seem like the easiest thing, but it isn't. It's actually a harder thing to do. All right, well, this is the place where you will get a chance to actually experience some of the larger consciousness system. The things we're doing are not things that could ever happen in a material reality. Okay, these are things that need a broader, bigger picture in order to happen. So the idea is that for some of you anyway, probably for most of you, you will get some results. You will get some connections. And make that just a building point. Start from what you've experienced. So if you have just a little bit of success, the next time, if you start from that same place, you'll have more success, and then modify as you go. So that's what we're going to do here today, because I keep telling you, don't believe me, go find out for yourself. And then people say, well, just how do I go about finding out for myself? How do I do that? Well, these are some simple things that you can do to find out for yourself. And you can practice them. First of all, everybody can do this. This is not natural talent. It's not like, well, I just wasn't born to be able to do this. That's nonsense. Your consciousness. As consciousness, you're the player here. You can let this reality go and just experience as consciousness experiences. Connect where consciousness can connect, because that's what you are. See? So everybody can do it. Some people have more trouble than others of letting go and just letting it happen. Fear is, again, the fundamental problem. Fear is really what makes you constantly want to second guess, makes you want to analyze, makes you want to judge. It's fear that says, is this real? The fear is, I'm just leading myself on, I'm just talking to myself, it's not real. I'm a fool sitting here talking to myself, thinking I'm doing something real. That fear is the thing that makes that intellect jump in and try to take charge, because all of your time here in this physical reality, you depend on that intellect to tell you, this is real, this is not. Don't spend your time there, that's a waste, spend your time here. It's your intellect that tells you that. So you just automatically, when you're posed with a situation of, well, what's going on here, you immediately judge it, categorize it, and decide whether it's for real or not, whether it's valuable or not. We make those judgments just without thinking about them, just instinctively. And that's why it's hard for a lot of people to just let go, because they've spent however old you are, say 45 years, doing just the opposite. Constantly getting the data, assessing it, making judgments, taking action based on the judgment. That's the way life is here in this virtual reality. That's what we do. And that's why it's not so easy to stop doing that. Okay. So, being level often causes people a problem. How do I work out of my being level? Exactly how do I do that? What's that mean? Many of us work out of our heads. Everything has to be through the intellect. Matter of fact, if you're very left brain and logic process oriented, you don't even know you have a being level. It's like, what being level? What's a being level? Okay, I'm a being. The reason I'm a being is because I'm thinking out of my intellect. That's why that's my whole awareness. So what's this being level thing? An interesting aside on the being level is that I talked to a lady from PEAR Labs. She was one of the organizers of PEAR Labs. PEAR, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. It's an acronym, PEAR Labs. They did for about 20 years research on mind affecting physical process. Very successful with it, part of Princeton, all bunch of PhDs, all very high quality experimental processes and procedures. And they ended up with a statistical significance of 1 in a billion that their material could have just been by chance. So that's way past what science requires for it to be real. But anyway, she was talking at a conference that I was at, and she said, well, we had this one real curious event, or this curious thing happened to us, because they were studying all sorts of things. What kind of people could do this best? Were men better at it than women? Did women, do it different ways? They were trying to somehow get their arms around what this process was of modifying a physical process with the mind. So one of the things that they could never figure out was that they had these random numbers, a whole bunch of random numbers, and if you take the average of a random number, it's about 0.5, okay? You can use your intent to shift that higher, 0.50001, or lower, 4.9999, you see? If you have like 100,000 random numbers, then it's going to be a real tight amount of uncertainty about what that average is. If you only had like 100 random numbers, then it might be something like 0.49 or 0.51 would be, it'd be bigger random uncertainty that you'd have around that average. So anyway, what they found out is that when they gave these random numbers to the guys to try to shift it, and they'd ask the guys, okay, make the median go higher, and the guys always made the median go higher. They said, guys, make the median go lower, always took the median lower. But they didn't move it by very much, just a little bit. It had very small motion. In other words, they got the 0.499999 or that. Maybe they changed that last digit. That's not much, you see. That last 9 maybe went to an 8 or something. There wasn't much change. But they always got it right on either side, a little bit. When they asked the ladies to do it, the ladies sometimes got to the right, to the higher when they meant to go lower, sometimes lower when it was supposed to be higher. It was pretty random whether it went higher or lower. It doesn't really attach too much to what they were asked to do. But the difference that they made, the amount that they moved that median was an order of magnitude greater than what the men did. So instead of changing it like the 4th or 5th decimal place, they were changing like the 2nd or 3rd decimal place. You see, a much bigger motion. And her explanation was, I have no explanation. That was basically, it just worked out that way. Well, the explanation is that the men tend to operate more out of their intellect, just in general. Women tend to operate more out of a feeling level, which is more at the being level, you see. So the women were able to affect it more because they were working from the being level and not so much from the intellect. The intellect created precision in which way you moved it, The feeling level doesn't have that much precision to it. It just feels right this way. You say, well, right or left, up or down. Not a lot of discrimination there. So that was the reason that the males and females came out very different on this particular test. So the guys are going to be particularly challenged to stop their normal, everyday processing of judging, analyzing, working through the intellect. This being level tends to be more at a level of empathy. When you have empathy for somebody, you don't think, oh, that person's having a hard time today. I should, care something about them and go up and ask them, if I can be of service or something. It's not intellectual. You just feel that. You can feel that a person's having a problem. You connect with that feeling, and then maybe you go give them a hug or do something if you want to give them if you have some empathy for what they're going through. See, those kinds of feelings aren't intellectual. This idea about vibes, I really like that person or I don't like it. It's not that you've intellectually looked at that person, studied their body language, and decided that you like them or don't like them. It's coming out at a being level. Intuition is at the being level, not much at the intellectual level. You just know something. You're not thinking it. Somehow you just suddenly have a message to do something or that you know something. It doesn't run through the intellect. So feelings, emotions, intuition, all those things are primarily centered at the being level. So that's where you need to operate today. You need to be able to heal someone projecting that desire, that intent to heal them, not coming out of the intellect. All right, now I want to heal them. I want this, it's all driven out of the intellect. That'll still work, but it's not as powerful as if that's an empathetic kind of healing thing. You want to make them feel better because you care about them feeling better. You see, so now we're back to being love, right? If you work to the point of being love, then everything comes out of the being level. The being level and the intellectual level all kind of merge into the one thing. It's that fear that backs us away from that. The reason why we have to analyze and judge is because we have fear about the consequences of being wrong. We don't want to be wrong. We want to be right. So if you're going to be right, then you're going to have to use your intellect to make sure you're right. See, so it starts again with a fear. That's a fear of being wrong, a fear of not getting it, a fear of doing the wrong thing, a fear of being foolish, a fear of being had, being led down the la-la land and, thinking that you're really going someplace and you're not. You're just chasing your tail inside your head. These are all fears that get in the way. So that'll be the challenge today, to see if you can just offload all that stuff and say, all right, I'll play. No harm in that. We'll see what happens. And then try to work out of the being level as much as possible and let the intellect sit down and be quiet for a while. Okay. Again, easy to say, harder to do. Okay. Now, when you do practice this later on, for those of you that are actually going to pick this up and try to work at it because you really would like to experience the larger consciousness system, meditation is probably a good way to start. If you're already a meditator, then I'd say, yes, start with a meditation, because that'll already put you more out of your head into the being level, just being in a meditation state. You see, it helps. It's easier that way. But we won't do that today. Hopefully I will show you also that it's unnecessary to meditate. But when you're practicing at home, do the easy way. Another thing you can do is, if you're not a meditator and you're not practiced at it, or even if you are but you're not really good at it, get some binaural beats to help put you into a meditation state. Now, you can buy them from lots of places on the web. If you Google binaural beats, you'll also find 3 or 4 places where make your own binaural beats for free. They have binaural beat generators on the web. And one of them is a site called Gnaural, G-N-A-U-R-A-L. G-N and then aural for sound, right? So gonaural, but I think the G isn't supposed to be pronounced. But you can go there, and it takes a little time to kind of get used to their things, but eventually you can make the sounds. Now here's how you make binaural beats. A binaural beat is you have a pure frequency, tone, frequency in one ear, and another pure tone in the other ear. And these two tones, if you have a headset on, this has to be with a headset, can't be from speakers, a headset. These two tones each go in their respective ear, end up at the corpus callosum, which is the membrane or the area between the hemispheres, before they actually go to the auditory centers. At that corpus callosum, they interfere with each other. They interact. And you get what's called a beat frequency. If you have two pure tones, say 100 hertz, it's 100 cycles per second, and 104 hertz, and you put them each in one ear, you will hear a beat of 4 hertz, which means the sound will go wah, 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 which is about 4 hertz. 4 wahs per second. That's hertz. Hertz is how many things per second you've got, okay? So you'll hear it. You won't hear it real loudly, but you'll hear it in there. Well, you're not getting that sound, and it's not traveling through your bones of your jaw or anything either. It's actually mixing in your brain, and what that does is it tends to shift your EEG output toward the theta region. The theta region at 4 hertz is just before you fall asleep. That's the hypnagogic region. So it will kind of nudge you into the mental state of a meditation state, a good meditation state. And it works reasonably well for most people. Again, it'll work better for you if you just put on the headphones and experience the result. If you put on the headphones and right away you say, oh, can I hear the beat? Is it still there? You know, should I make this louder? Should I turn it down? Let's see. Did I pick the right frequency? You know, if you're doing all that, then you won't get so much out of it. You just have to say, well, let's see what this does. And then try your normal meditation with that and see what the difference is. Okay, so we have a couple of things to pick here. We have to pick a bass frequency. I just gave an example of 100 hertz. That's pretty good bass frequency. A little on the low side. You can go further down. About as low as you can go is about 32 hertz. 32 hertz will be a very low sound. You probably have to turn the volume up on your recorder because most recorders, their bass response falls off after about 60 hertz. If you're down at 32 hertz, the device just isn't outputting a whole lot of energy for you to hear, so you may have to turn it up. And you may have to have good quality headset because if you've got a cheap headset, it just can't vibrate at 32 hertz. It'll screech, it'll bang, it'll do all kinds of things, and this should be a real mellow, low tone. So that's about the bottom. I wouldn't suggest going up a whole lot above 1,000 hertz. After that, the tones tend to get a little irritating for most people. So I'd stay down in the, from the 100 up to about the 250, 256. Notice I'm staying in powers of 2, 32, 64, 128, computer people know these numbers, right? This is powers of 2 numbers, okay? So if you're in that range, you can just create these, make them about an hour long, 50 minutes long, so you can put them on and listen to them for that long. In these programs, you can make them as long as you like. Probably an hour's enough. You can play with the bass frequency. You might like it better at 500 than you like it at, say, 256. Just try it. See what you like. See, we're back into experiment again, right? That's why this takes so long. There's so many variables, and everybody is unique. The variables that work just perfectly for you just don't work well for her, you see. So you got to experiment with different bass frequencies. But 4 hertz is about the right difference between your two frequencies. You can go a little less than that, 3.8, 3.75 is about as low as you ought to go, but 4 is pretty good. That's kind of the standard center place to go for your difference frequency. All right, well, you can get those. You can buy them. You can go to see Keith there at MBT Events. He has some that I made up for the last time I gave an intensive course. I make them up each time I give a course. I make a set of binaural beats, and then we make them available to other people. So you can find them there. I don't know, how much are they, Keith?
This low.
Huh? No. $20. And I think you get what? 32 of them. All different frequencies, all different basses. You know, they go all the way up from 10, 12 down to 32 and everything in between. So you get a lot of them. Yeah. So you can use that to help you put in meditation state. Now, there's a caveat. There's a warning that goes with that. If you use these, they will help you meditate very quickly without any experience. It just kind of pushes you into that theta state. This is for most people. Okay? It just helps you get in a good meditation state. The bad news is that they're like training wheels. Okay? You know, when you're a kid, or when you were a kid, you had a little bike and it had these little wheels that came off on the side and down to keep you from falling over. Well, they're really handy to have those training wheels, because otherwise the child's liable to fall over on the bike, have a bad experience, build up some fear, you know, not want to ride that bike again, and now they're worse off than they were before. So the training wheels are great. But your child will never be a good bike rider if they don't take the training wheels off one day, because they keep you from really handling the bike very well. Binaural beats are the same way. They're good for learning. They're good even for intermediate. Use them as long as you have to. But every once in a while, after you've been using them, say, for 6 months or a year, try it without them. And you'll find that it's harder without them, but try without them anyway. Spend a month trying it without them, and you'll see eventually it'll get easier and easier, and then you won't need them. And the reason that it's better to go without them is because it grabs your mental state, your altered state of consciousness, moves it into the theta region and holds it there, which is just what you want for a meditation if you're not a good meditator. But it's that and holds it there that is the problem. You get locked in. And for some of the things that you'll be doing and you'll want to do later on, being held right at that spot is not helpful. You want to be able to be freer. You want to be able to go wherever you want to go with your mind. You may want to have a mixture of, you know, beta and theta, or you may have a mixture of delta and theta and something else that just seems to work well for this, and you won't be able to do that if you're if you're listening to those binaural beats. They'll just push you into theta and keep you there. So eventually, you have to take the training wheels off and learn to wean yourself from them. And again, that'll be like meditating lying down. If you've always meditated sitting up, it won't work at first, and you'll say, oh, I just can't do this. It doesn't work for me, but if you keep working at it, it will work for you. Once you've gotten to a state, it's much easier to get back, because all you have to do is bring that state back into your mind, and you're there. That's the neat thing about intent being the motive force. Once you've been someplace, done something, met somebody, all you have to do is to think about that, and that immediately focus your intent on that thing, and there you are. Back at that place, back with that entity, wherever. So that's how you get back. You teleport everywhere. Teleport is just a sci-fi word for shifting your data stream to some other data stream other than here. So if you've got someone that you contact a lot, you'll just be able to think of that person, and your data stream just connects. Disconnects here, connects there, and it's done. No meditation, none of the rest of it's necessary. So that's where you'd like to go, because now you can meditate, now you can heal, now you can interact with people, you can get your messages and do all that while you're walking in the park, while you're riding on a bus full of children. You know, you have a very robust meditation, if you will. Or you could also say you're really not meditating at all. You're just skipping that step. But you want to build this up eventually to be robust. You'll do a lot better. Your focus will be a lot tighter if you can successfully meditate or heal in a crowded room, in a shopping mall, sitting in your car waiting for somebody to come back and, join you. That way it's easy when somebody says, well, spend a half an hour a day at it. Well, you can pick your half an hour wherever you want. You don't need a quiet room that's dark and all that stuff. You can just pick it while you're doing other things even. Eventually you can learn to do it as you do other things. You can have a conversation with somebody about their Aunt Susie who has, gallstones, and be working on the gallstones while you're having the conversation. That just makes it easier. Now the half an hour a day is trivial. You can do it and get there in a second, work for another 10 seconds, and be back at whatever you're doing. So only 11 seconds have gone by. So that's kind of where you can go if you practice at it. Now, if you don't practice at it, you won't get there. This is, again, like playing a piano. It takes time to build that up, but mostly what you're building up is you're building up your ability to get out of your own way. Because the reason that you can't meditate now while you're on a bus is because you believe that that's impossible. That's the main reason you can't do it. You think that's impossible because I need a quiet place to do this, otherwise I'm distracted. Well, you're distracted because you are attaching to all that stuff. When you detach from that, it disappears. Oh, it's still there. You can still hear those children screeching, but you're not attached to it. It's just there. Sort of like that back wall is just there for all of you. You know it's there, but you're not looking at it. You're not attached to it. You're not operating on it. You're not looking at it, but it's there. That's what you do with this outside annoyances. You just detach. If the phone rings, you'll still hear it. So if you're expecting a call, you'll still be able to go get your call. You see? Or if you're walking, you can make sure you don't step in a hole or run into somebody. You can have enough awareness. That's called parallel processing, where you can do several things at once. It's not that hard. If anybody's ever had a TV with picture in a picture, and you've got a couple of things going on at once in pictures, at first it's kind of confusing, but eventually, at least most guys learn how to watch at least 2 sports things at the same time, see, and keep up with both of them, and not really miss much from any of them. You just kind of get used to the parallel processing, and it's not actually parallel. What you're doing is you're doing fast sampling. You look at this for a little bit, and that for a little bit, and this for a little bit. That's mainly the way computers work too. When a computer's working on 5 tasks, well, in the old days when it just had one core processor, it'd work on all 5 of them and then go back, and work on the first one again. It just would, depending on priority, it would jump around and spend a few milliseconds on each problem. And from the user's viewpoint, all problems were all being solved together. But it's because that fast computer was just sampling each problem. Well, that's really what we do. So when you sample like that, that means that if you're 10% in some other reality frame, then you're only 90% here. So it's probably not a good thing, if you're building skyscrapers and walking on little pieces of metal up and high in the sky. You need to be all 100% here. But for most things, 50% here is fine for a walk in the park. Or even 30% is fine for a walk in the park. So things just to think about. I'm giving you kind of a bigger view on what we're doing and things to think about, where it might go, where you could possibly take it. In the beginning, collect evidence. You might be tempted to go out into the big beyond and try to just explore, and that's okay, but that's not very evidential. In the beginning, do the kind of things that we're going to do here. Remote viewing, healing, communications, and communications with somebody who's also got a body here, so you can find out whether or not the communication worked. So do evidential things. If you spend a year doing evidential things, by then you will know whether or not what you're doing is being effective. Whether you're really doing something or whether you just think you're doing something, you'll know. But take a year to find that out. You may have to heal people 100 times before you get a sense of whether you're having an effect or not. You can go work on somebody to heal them and they get better the next day, but they may have gotten better the next day anyway. You don't know. So it's a matter of statistics. Medicine has the same problem. They only work through statistics as well. You give somebody a pill and they get better, well, they may have gotten better anyway. So you have to give 100,000 people a pill, 100,000 people that all have a headache. You have to give them all the same pill and see how many of them get better right away and how many of them don't. And how many of them that maybe, only had a light headache to start with, their headache got worse. Because you'll get some of all of that. So you need to just keep doing it, not judging it, not coming to conclusions about I'm effective, I'm not effective, this isn't working for me. If you do that the first 4 or 5 times you try it, you probably will end up not doing it much longer because you're going to get wadded up in your own fear of the unknown and needing to get immediate results back, kind of immediate gratification or immediate validation. That may take months before you get enough data that you can intelligently judge the quality of that data. Okay, so take some time. Stay non-judgmental for a while. Eventually, you do have to judge it. You just can't go on forever, without coming to some kind of conclusion whether you're being effective or not. If you come to that conclusion that you're really not being effective, then change what you're doing. Change how you're doing it. Do it differently. Find different tools and try it again. Okay. So you see, I'm not describing something that's a party trick. I'm describing something that is a lifetime investment in growing up. So if you see it that way, then I can almost guarantee that every one of you will be able to do these things and do them reasonably well, if you do take that long view. These aren't hard to do. Okay. Here's one that I should talk about. No shortcuts. Drugs are often counterproductive. The drug will indeed blast you into another reality, but it's not a particularly useful way to get there because it's not it's not on purpose. You don't learn how to go and come back on your own. You're dependent on the drug to get you there. And you're more of a voyeur having an experience than you are engaged in learning and making choices. It's sort of like the first astronaut, all they did is blast him up into space. He went around the Earth once and then they brought him back down. He was just basically a voyeur. He was just to see if he could survive, Could we do this to a human and bring him back and they're still alive was the question. So he didn't make a lot of choices. He didn't have a lot of control. It's not like today where they have all these controls and they manipulate all sorts of things. He kind of was like a rat in a big physics experiment, or a biology experiment, really, at that point. Well, that's mostly the way it is when you have drugs. You'll have a wow experience, perhaps. It could be a bad experience, but it could be a wow experience, and then it's gone. But you're like a rat, being put around the Earth once. I'm sure that was an amazing experience to look down and see the Earth and on a globe and all that sort of things. Definitely a high point in his life, no doubt. But it's just an experience. It doesn't really help you grow up much. That's the way it is with drugs. You take drugs to access these experiences, and you don't learn much. You don't grow much. Some people take drugs and it gives them their first look at a bigger picture. After that, they leave the drugs alone. And okay, that might have been helpful in that case. But where they don't then leave the drugs alone, it typically is counterproductive. you get less able to do it on your own because you no longer have the patience to take 6 months to work on it. If you can't get it in a few weeks, then you're going to go get that drug again because you can get that right away. So it makes it harder for you. So no shortcuts. The only way to get there, the only way to grow up is hard work. Intent. You have to really want to do it. Otherwise, you'll just always be the same. You won't change much. Fear, of course, is always at the problem, and the ego and the beliefs that the fear create are the problem. We've talked about that a whole lot. Obviously, getting rid of them will help this process. So if this process doesn't work for you very well, does not work for you very well, I'd say work on those fears. Work on that ego. Spend 6 months or a year working that angle, then try it again. You'll find that as those fears go away, this process, being able to focus at the being level, all of that will get a lot easier for you. Okay. Now, the big concern we have is it real? And I think I've told you earlier that that's not a good question. It's, is it helpful? Is it useful? Am I growing because of this? And again, you won't know that the first 10 or 20 times that you do this. It has to be a while. You have to do that maybe for a year, and then you can tell, have I changed? And the change may just be in your sense of reality has grown. That may be the only change you notice, but that's a very important change. Okay. So fear is always the problem. Once you get rid of the fear, all these things that we're going to be doing today are really easy. They're just natural to you. You don't have to work at them. So it's the fear that inhibits them. Okay, the data that you get comes from 3 possible sources. One source is the data comes from the larger consciousness system, as does our data stream that defines this reality. Okay? The second is that it comes from some other individuated unit of consciousness, like it would be if somebody is communicating with you, whether they have a body or not, whether they're part of this reality frame or not. You can get communications from other beings. I think we already talked about, did we talk about that yesterday, Annie? Did we? Okay. Anyway, yeah. After I do so many of these, I begin to not be able to distinguish exactly what I said, where. But in any case, you can communicate, and that's part of our plan today, is going to communicate with non-physical and with physical beings. So that's another place that you get data, is from other people here. Remember, all consciousness is netted. We're all sharing data all the time. So some of your data can come from here, or from guides, or from larger consciousness system, or whatever you'd want to call those. All right, and the last source of your data is the data you create, your imagination. It's another source. All of these sources of data, you see them just as data. They don't come with a little flag on, oh, this is data you created. This is data from this IUOC. This is data from the larger consciousness system. It's just data, you get it, you have to process it and deal with it. You never know where it's coming from, for sure. Now, in time, you'll get a pretty good feel and sense of where it's coming from with experience. In the beginning, hard to tell. But if the data is useful, that's good data. If the data is not useful, that's not good data. It doesn't matter where it came from. So don't worry about, am I making this up? Is this real? Let that go. All right. Be a little careful what you intend. Don't be too cavalier about your intents. Your intents, your consciousness, your intent changes things in the world of consciousness, and it can change things in this physical reality. Be a little careful about your intents. When you go to heal or communicate or remote view, your intent has to be precise. You can't have a sloppy intent. And we will no doubt get some examples of sloppy intents here today. I'll give you remote viewing pictures, and somebody will say, I got the last 3 right, but I got them in the wrong order. So I got the one that you did last first, and that sort of thing. That comes from not having a precise intent. If you have an intent that says, I want to see the remote viewing target, well, I've got a bunch of remote viewing targets. That's not specific enough. The system, when you don't specify, it kind of randomly picks something out of the set. So it'll go, let's say I have 5 targets, it'll go into those 5 targets and pick one, that's the one you'll get. You see, you have to be very specific about what your intent is. Precise. It's particularly important with the remote viewing that you intentionalize. With the healing, it's also important that you precisely know what it is you're doing. It's precisely the focus to that particular individual you're working on. Because we're going to have like Susie Q. Well, there may be 10,000 people on this planet whose first name's Susie and whose last name start with Q. And if you just say, well, okay, I'm going to heal Susie Q, random pick, 1 out of the 10,000, and that's who you'll be healing. But if you say, I want to heal the Susie Q that is part of this experiment in our class today, now, there's only one Susie Q that fits that description, you see. So your intent being precise is important. You have to think it in a way that there's no way that it can be misinterpreted. I occasionally run into some, mostly guys, who get real excited about this sort of thing and the communication and getting help and connecting to the larger conscious system. And they do something like, after an event like this or something, they'll do something like, okay, larger conscious system, I'm ready. Sock it to me. I want to go, give me some signs, take me someplace, I'm open. Then they regret it because the larger conscious system socks it to them. It gives them opportunities to grow up and opportunities to learn that they're not ready for yet. You see? So it'd be better to be a little more precise than that. Think about, what do I want to learn? Where are my next steps? And you might even ask that, what are my next steps? You can ask that as a question. You say, try to hone it down. You might say, I just want to take the next baby step to take me where I'm going, because I'm not sure I can take a big step. Well, that might be a good thing for your intent. Or if you're braver, you might say, I want to take a big step. Something I can handle, of course. I want at least a 75% chance that I can handle it. You can use numbers in your intent. You can use graphs in your intent. I'm just saying, think about it a while before you have communications with other beings. Sometimes people, after we talk and connect with other beings, they do that same wide open thing. Okay, somebody out there, I'm ready for you. Come and get me. And sometimes they wish they hadn't said that, because they'll get connected with something they have a hard time getting rid of. So be a little more thoughtful in what you do and how you do it. Now, there's a thing called an affirmation that a lot of groups use, which is a little sayings that somebody makes up. I think it's best if you make up your own affirmation. But there are these affirmations that you can learn. You can probably go to the Monroe Institute website and probably can find their affirmation listed somewhere if you like. I don't know that it's on their website, but it probably is. And it says something like, I'd like to interact with a being who knows at least as much, if not more than I do, or who only knows more than I do, and who would have my best interest as their objective. Or some kind of thing like that that limits, because your intent opens or closes your connections. So you don't want to just open to the world. be like randomly picking one of the 7.5 billion people on the planet to spend a week with. You know, you say, all right, let's pick one. We'll spend a week together. You know, might not work out too well. You need to be a little more restrictive than that. So, okay, we did that. So it's not something really just to play with. You should have fun and you should have a light attitude. Don't be too serious about it. That too serious about it is a problem. You should do this gently and lightly, not with heaviness. Heaviness usually comes from a very strong attachment to a goal. You shouldn't have strong attachments to goals. But it's not playtime. It's explore time and experience time, but it's not really playtime. So think about what you're doing and why you want to do it. Why you want to do it tends to be one of the most important questions you can ask. Why do I want to do this? Very important question. Because if you express why you want to do it, so let's say you're asking maybe for help or you want to make connections. Think, why do I want to do this? Where am I going with it? And it may be as simple as, I want this to be an experience that will help me grow up, that will help me see the bigger picture, that will help me understand this reality that I'm in. That could be why you want to do it, and that's a good reason. But if it's like, wow, I just love to get out there and fly down the coastline and zoom over to New Zealand, go to the moon, see what's on the backside. Wow, what a trip, If that's your reason for wanting to do it, you're not going to get much help. You might even get a slap, but you won't get much help. So your reason why is very important. So think about that. If you don't think about it, you'll just come to do your things. You won't have any particular reason and why, and then you won't get so much support from the system. All right. Now, when we do the communication, what are we going to communicate with? We can communicate with a whole series of metaphors. One of them would be guides. You can communicate with your guide. Okay? And a lot of you are saying, guide? I get a guide? I didn't know I had a guide. Well, if you want one, you can get one. So what is a guide? A guide is just your personal interface to the larger consciousness system. That's the guide. It tends to be a consistent interface, just like an interface to a website, right? It's a consistent interface. It tends to be an interface that takes the form that you can relate to. It can be male or female. Can seem like it's very knowledgeable, a great big being of light. Can kind of wear a robe. You can do anything you want. It can be somebody out of your belief system. If you're a religious person, it might be an angel or a saint or somebody. Or if your religion is more to the east, it might be the Buddha or some other guru. Could be an ancestor. If you're particularly connected to your ancestry, it may be your famous Uncle Fred who comes and helps you out. But anyway, it can be in any form. The system will take a form that is suitable to you, from which you can connect. Right? If the system wanted to talk to you or communicate with you, and it used a form of, let's say a two-headed talking dog, you wouldn't pay any attention. You'd say, what nonsense? Go away. Let me do something real here. That's obviously, trash. I'm making that up. So it won't do that. Moses got a burning bush, right? Most of us would say, a burning bush? I'm not going to talk to a burning bush, And we'd throw that out. So we get things that mean something to us. And again, it's in metaphors, right? Most people have a hard time with detail when they're doing visualizations. Don't worry about detail. Detail's not important. That's why most people's guides wear robes, you know, with the hood up, because that way you don't have to do the detail of what they look like. And that's fine, you know. Mostly we make them that kind of look like us, you know, head, arms, legs, humanoid. They just look very human because that's what we're familiar with. Having a chat with a squid wouldn't seem right. It just wouldn't seem right. So we get things that look like they're human. Yeah. But that's us. That's our filter. That's our connection. So whether it's, you know, the angel Gabriel with big golden wings, or whether it's some little guy, you know, like Yoda, you know, with a cane and a hood, that's just all personal. None of it makes any difference, you see. That's just the stuff you bring into it. It's not like there's any difference. It's just a metaphor for your connection. Guides often have a good sense of humor because we relate to that. So that's a guide. Now, or is that your higher self? Or is that your oversoul? Or is that the LCS? And again, it doesn't matter. If it works, it works. So let's say it's your higher self and you're talking to your higher self. Maybe it's your lower self. You're talking to your lower self. Matters not. If it's useful, use it. Sometimes having somebody to talk to or ask fundamental questions to is just handy. And you will get answers. If you ask questions, you'll get answers to it. The answers will be telepathically received. Now, don't expect an answer in spoken English. Okay? That can happen, but it's not the norm. The norm is that you just get the whole thought. You get a paragraph all at once. That's the way telepathy works. You suddenly just get the idea, get the message. A lot of times it's as a feeling. Sometimes it's a knowing, a thought. You'll never know whether you just made it up or whether it's something else. Don't worry about that. Take it in, see if it's valuable, use it, play with it, do it again. Have an intent to connect with that same entity. Just call it an entity. See, that could be anything, right? Just call it an entity. Connect with that same entity again. Build up a rapport. Build up a relationship. Think what it is, how this entity might help you. Ask it how you might help it. Make it a relationship. 6 months down the way, you've interacted with it dozens of times, you will have a very good sense whether you're making it up or whether it's coming from the larger consciousness system. You won't know for sure. You'll never know for sure. All we get is the data. We never get the source behind the data, just the data. You can't reach back and touch that source. You get data, you interpret the data. You interpret it based on your own experience base, which is all physical. So you're going to interpret it in terms of what does it look like? You know, male or female, all the things that you would have in sense data. That's how you're going to interpret it. So you know that that's just your own metaphors for the experience. Okay, so engage with it. If you just do small talk, you know, hi bud, what's up? You know, that's not going to take you very far. You need to have already prepared some idea of what you want. Again, think of your reasons. Why are you doing this? And maybe the reason is just to establish a relationship with a non-physical being, just to see where that goes, to see what can come of that. That might be a good reason. Okay, so the main limiter here is your own beliefs and, of course, your own experience. The more experience you have, the better you're able to interpret the data. In the beginning, you just do a pattern match. You get data, you have to match it to some pattern that's in your own database, which is physical experience here in this virtual reality. And you match it the best you can. Even if it's a poor match, that's the one you pull out, and that's then what it looks like, sounds like. That's what you get. Okay. Eventually, with more experience, your pattern matching gets better and better, right? Your patterns define your experience base. As your experience grows, the number of patterns you have to match grows, and you can make them more precise, and eventually you'll actually get a pretty close idea of just what's there. It will be 80% what's there and only 20% what you're bringing to it. But that's eventually. Mostly it's the other way around. It's 20% what's there and 80% of what you're bringing to it. So it can be either way. But play with it long enough that you can decide whether it's valuable or not. Let's see, what time is it? Not yet. Oh, we're doing really well here today. Okay. The next thing is you can run into negative as well as positive entities. Okay. Well, what's the difference, and why are they? Why are there negative and positive entities? They're negative and positive entities because we have free will. Every individuated unit of consciousness makes its own choices. If you consistently make choices toward the side of fear, you end up being a negative entity. If you consistently make choices to the side of love, you're a positive entity. If you're just somewhere in the middle, but you're trying to make better choices, you're a positive entity. If you really enjoy chaos, then you're a negative entity. If you're into power, control, dominance, it's all about you, that kind of stuff. Those are kind of the characteristics of being negative. It's about other and caring and cooperation. Those are the characteristics of being positive. And all of us have each side of those characteristics in us. We all have some of the negative and some of the positive. But most of the entities you run into will be like that. They'll have some of the positive and some of the negative too. But the ones that we call negative entities are the ones that have a whole lot of the negative and very little of the positive. They've kind of evolved in that direction. So these entities can be anywhere from annoying to very annoying. They can give you some trouble, but the trouble that they can give you is limited to the fears that you have. Fear is the handle by which you can be manipulated. If you don't have fear, you're pretty much untouchable. Fear is like a big kick-me sign. Somebody can be easily messed with if they're very frightened. Somebody that you can have some fun with. You can sneak up behind them and go, boo, and have 3 heads and long fangs and stuff just because it's fun. So you can run into some entities like that. So there is a problem with fear. If you're very fearful, you will have fearful experiences. And those fearful experiences will make you not want to have any more experiences, which then will kind of shut this whole exploring thing down. That would be a loss. So you want to get rid of that fear. You want to have resolve that you're going to do this, and if you run into entities and they seem to be scary, that you're just going to shake their hand and say, have a nice day. You're not going to run, you're not going to panic, you're not going to do anything. Think about that ahead of time, how you're going to be. And then just venture out a little, explore a little, and come back, and you'll feel good about that. And then you can do it a little more, and take it easy, slowly expand your space, and you'll outgrow the fear, because eventually you'll learn that there really isn't anything out there that's going to bother you. Mostly what's going to bother you is your own fear. Mostly it's your fear. You'll manifest that fear into things. If you have a fear that you go out of body and you can't get back, you'll run into a wall or get trapped or something. But it's just your fear. You will always wake up the next morning, just like you always do. So it's nothing to be terribly afraid of, other than if you open yourself up to negative beings, and if you have negativity of your own, fear of your own, then that is a handle by which things can bother you. Dealing with consciousness and the kind of the rules of consciousness and how consciousness works it's a morally neutral kind of thing. You can have, well, I think I said this before, you can cause a headache just as easily as you can heal a headache. Okay? You can use your intent to hurt people as well as use your intent to help people. It's the negative side, the negative beings that use their intent sometimes to hurt people. But your intent also can shut off any communication or any energy directed at you just with your intent. You can just say, no, don't want any of that. It's gone. That now it's closed, that portal. It's not going to get to you. But you see, if you're fearful, that's hard to do. Because you can say, oh, wow, that was scary. I'm really afraid of that. I want to shut that off. But if you're fearful, there's a part of you inside that says, but what if I can't? What if I can't shut that off? You see, that's the fear talking. Well, now that fear is still there, still connected to that. That portal's still open. You have a hard time shutting it off because you have fear. So you can easily shut off any communication. You can open up portals, you can close them, just like on the web. You can open up a website, that site's obnoxious, you just click that little X in the corner and it's gone. This is sort of like that. Except if you have fear, then it's like you try to click that little X, but you never quite seem to hit it, or it's gone and maybe it comes back on its own, and you can't quite seem to get there because you're attached to it by fear. So if you are a practicing voodoo person, and you get people to send you money so that you don't hurt them, or you take money from A to hurt B, or whatever, the first thing you do is create fear. You send them a little doll with a pin in it, or you go to them and give them curses, or you make a big sign, and you wear a pointy hat, you have a pet frog. You do whatever it takes to create fear. Because once you've created fear in that person, it's hard for them to let go. It's hard for them to let go and tune you out once you've created the fear connection. You see? So that's why all the movies you've seen of the, where this kind of negative psychic stuff goes on, the first step is always creating fear. That's the doorway. And if they can keep adding to that fear, the more fearful you are, the easier you are to manipulate. So now I've got you all thinking, geez, this is serious. I better pay attention and be careful. Don't let it inhibit you. It's a very low probability that you'll run into any trouble at all. But nothing is risk-free, and just be prepared. Try to get rid of your fear as much as you can, and just venture out slowly until you get hold of the thing. Don't leap out with, okay, give me your best shot, That would be foolish. So it's nothing too scary about it, actually. The scary stuff is what you bring to it. So there are negative entities, but your probability of having a difficult experience with a negative entity is probably lower than your probability of getting mugged next time you walk through a park. Could happen, but it's not likely. So don't be frightened of exploring. Go explore. But know that if there's trouble, all you have to do is come home, right? And what you do then is just wink out. So you can always just come back. And you do that with intent. I want to be back in my room, lying in my bed. There you are. So you can always exit if you want to. A lot of people do that in their dreams too. They get right to the point where they're just ready to fall off the cliff and they're back in bed. It's a similar kind of thing. It's intent. So it's safe enough to explore, but you do have to have some courage, and you have to have good reasons, and you have to focus on what you're doing, and it's good to get rid of fear first. Okay, these are all the upfront things that you need to know. Let's see. Oh, a couple more. All right. We talked about a precise intent. So know exactly what you're intending to do. Tools are arbitrary. We talked about that. It's easy, if you're getting data out of a database, it's easy to confuse what database you're in if your intent is not precise enough. Okay. There's a future probable database, which is all the things that could possibly happen and the probability that they will happen. So it's just a probability display of what the probable future could be. It's not necessarily the future. The probabilities can change. We have free will. We can make different decisions and wreak havoc with that probability. So, but that's one database. Then there's a historical database. Historical database has in it everything that could possibly have happened and the probability that it would have happened. And part of that database is just a thread through it, which is what actually did happen. That's our history. That's our history within this virtual reality. Okay? But if you don't specify that you want to, if you're going back in history to look at something or get data, a past life or somebody else's past life, or just because you're curious about, did Alexander the Great really jump over that wall, like it says in the story, and then his men followed him, then you can do that. But you have to specify that you want the history thread of the actual things that happened here, because otherwise, if you just say it and you don't specify that, you'll get some probable history that could have happened, but it's not necessarily what did. So again, you need a precise intent to know just what you're doing. When extracting data from a database, you're going to get it telepathically, again, in lump form. Don't second guess it. Just take whatever you get and work with that. You can always go back and say, all right, give me this again. I'm not sure I got all of that. And you can get it again. You can repeat a query if you want, but don't, get into analyzing it. Well, the first one I got sounds better to me than the second one I got. That's self-defeating. Just take the data as you get it. So precise intent is important. You have to specify the output format of your data. When you get data, you get to specify how you want to see the data. You can use other people's output. Like if you want to see auras about people, that's really just getting data out of a database. When you remote view, that's just getting data out of a database. Different formats. When you see an aura, you want to know something about the, say, the physical or emotional or spiritual content of an individual, then ask for that. Don't just say, I want to see an aura, or I want aura data or something. That's too general. You know what? This is true of all databases, right? You go to Google and you put in a general question, you get all kinds of junk back. This is the same way. You put in a general query, you get all sorts of junk back. Your query has to be very specific. And sometimes you have to work up on queries, just like with Google. You'll put in a query and, well, that didn't quite get me what I wanted. Let me adjust that. Let me change these words and say something else. Maybe that'll work. And you try again. You can do this when you're accessing databases. You can change your query, make it better. See what you get with a better query. Add qualifiers to your query so that it makes it more specific. What you get back is telepathic, a chunk of information, and you get it back in the format you want. You want graphs? You can get graphs. Say, I'd like to see the prognosis on the health of this person over the next 6 months. I want health on this axis, where up here at the top is perfectly healthy, down here at the bottom is 0, dead. Over here's time. I want time to go out 6 months. I want it to be in units of months, 1 month each. You see? Now I'd like to see a line, and then you'll get this graph, and the line will sit and it'll do whatever it does, and that's the prognosis of health for that person over the next 6 months. It's a graph. If you'd like to see what in science we'd call it the error bars, or the statistical analysis of that graph, well, you can have that line that you just got plus a line above it that is, say, a 3 sigma line of probability. You guys in about probability, you know what 3 sigma means. It's just something that's not quite as likely, but not too far away. Or you could have a negative 3 sigma on the other side. So now you got a graph with 2 dotted lines, one above it and one below it, which kind of give you your error bars at the 3 sigma level. If you're not a statistician, then 3 sigma doesn't mean anything to you, and that's probably not that helpful. But you can use whatever tools you've got. If you are a statistician, there's all kinds of things you can ask for in your graph that'll give you more insight into how that line really is. Because that line is not, this is what will happen. That line is a probability line of what it looks like now. You come back tomorrow, that might change, because things change and the probabilities change. So you have to look at it as just a probability as of now that responds to the precise query you gave. If your query was general, then your result, that line, is going to be general. Okay. What did you mean by fully healthy at 1? You know, what is that? Does that mean they're ready to run a marathon? Does that mean they're able to walk without help? See, what does that mean? It might be different for different people that you're talking about. You need to specify that. Otherwise, the system says healthy. What does that mean? Something like this. And you'll get something like that. And your interpretation, you see, it won't mean as much. So you be very specific about what you want. It's a database. It can't get you anything other than what you specify. So general specifications will get general answers back. You can use different colors. You can have anything you want. You can have graphs with 10 lines on them if you want, to show you families of possibilities around a particular variable. You can say, well, okay, what if this varies? Show me whatever's with that variable. If you know enough statistics to say it in a way, the system understands statistics. If you can say it in a way that's precise, you'll get answers that are precise. And that's true of any of your queries to the database. So if you're going to remote view and you say, well, you get coordinates. You say, I'd like to see what's there. And you don't specify, your view may be from 30,000 feet up. It may be like the view from an airplane, high up view. And if your target was a tennis court down there on the ground, you'll never see it. So you want to know, where are you going to view from? What are you looking for? What kind of things do you want in this query? What are you really looking for? So see, you have to know what you're looking for before you can make up a good query. That takes experience too. And the experience of what kind of stuff you get back for what queries you make, that's experience. That's why I say this takes months. It's not quick. You have to play with all the variables. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that output we're going to use when we do healing, we're going to use kind of the standard healing metaphors. And what we'll say is okay, here's Susie Q. I want you to imagine a humanoid shape like a gingerbread cookie, and I want that to represent Susie Q's health body. Like, what's a health body? Well, it's a body that represents their health, right? And I want that health body to be white where it's healthy and dark where it's not healthy. And the worse the health condition is, the darker I want it to be. So a fatal tumor would be black as coal. The flu would be kind of gray clouds all over, you see. that tumor will be located in a specific spot. So you'll have to do that. Well, now that's an intent. And then you have to hold that intent in your mind. And the intent that this humanoid shape represented Susie Q, one intent, hold that. That the display, output display, is going to be healthy's white, unhealthy's black. The less the health, the more the black. It's a second intent. You got to hold those both in your mind. Okay. Now, when you are just looking at this gingerbread cookie humanoid outline, are you looking at it from the front or from the back? Well, it'll make a difference. Left and right will switch if you don't specify. You'll get a random draw from that variable. Okay? And now, what if there's something, let's say you're looking from the front and you see a black spot over here. Is that up here on the chest? Is that on my back? Is it somewhere in between, right? You're looking this way, oh, you're going to have to turn me sideways so you can tell whether the difference from here to here. You see? So now you can tell front to back, but only if you rotate the picture sideways. So you see, we need to tell left from right. We need to tell front from back. We do that just by rotating. And all of those intents all stay piled one upon the next, upon the next, upon the next, and they all have to be in here at the same time. You have to hold those intents. Okay? So, and you do that, just, that's your intent, here it is, and hold it. That will remain for the rest of this exercise, kind of thing, is what you're going to say. Well, then it'll remain your intent for the rest of that exercise. You'll have that intent. If you don't have that intent, it may just kind of, okay, what are we doing now? You know, is this something different, or are we still working on the same case? So we have to be clear about what we're doing. So then we will have a way of getting rid of that black, because now we have this black stuff that is a symbol, a metaphor for what's wrong with this person. So what we're going to do to heal them is to get rid of that black stuff and turn it white, because white's healthy. And we can do that in all sorts of ways. We can take a beam of light, such a powerful, bright beam of light, we can shine it on that black stuff and the black will just dissolve, eventually go away. So what are we actually doing? We're focusing our intent on healing the person. We're using a bunch of symbols and metaphors to help us focus our intent to do that. Because if I told you, oh, just, you know, say, Susie Q, you're healed. Won't work. Why? Because in your mind you'll say, that's silly, that can't work. That's too easy to work. I need process, because in this physical reality, everything that we do takes process. We just don't do anything by snapping our fingers and commanding it to be so. That doesn't work here. So you intuitively are biased toward having physical process to make something happen. So that's why we need tools, because now our habits, our beliefs are used to our advantage here. Okay? We believe that if we don't go do something to change that black spot, then that black spot can't be changed. That's innate. I mean, nobody trained us to believe that. We just believe that because that's the world we live in. So that's why you need tools. So then we'll shine a beam of light on it. If you don't like beams of light, you know, use a laser. It's another beam of light. Go use a blowtorch, burn it away, pour acid on it, you know, take a big knife, cut it out. But now if you use a big knife and cut it out, or you get involved in it, there's another fear we have to deal with. Oh, I touched it. Is that going to get on me? Am I going to get this disease now because I touched it? See, another fear inside there. And if you have that fear, that might happen, because now that becomes part of your intent. You're in a space where your intent is changing things. That fear of, did I get that on me, could actually make you ill. So if you're going to touch something, put on your gloves first. You see? Do whatever you have to do, then take that thing and put it in a jar and close it up real tight and then throw the jar into the sun. All metaphors, right? You're going to do that because otherwise you have a fear that, oh, I left that black goo just laying around someplace. What if I get into it or somebody else does? And once you have a fear, you start to manifest what's in your intent. Some people have this idea that they have to touch in order to heal, because how else could I get the energy in them if I didn't touch them? Touching isn't important. Some want a piece of hair or something of that person's because that's how they make the connection. Not important, just a tool. Some people actually feel like the only way they could possibly heal would be to take the illness on to themselves. Take it from somebody else onto themselves, and then they can dissipate it or get rid of it, but they take the illness on, and that's how they heal. A very bad idea. That is a tool that is very self-destructive. You don't want to take that on. But if that's your metaphor, you indeed will take on that illness as a part of healing, because that's the intent. That's the logic you're setting up in the consciousness system, is that the problem will go from them to you. If you set that up, that's probably what's going to happen. Totally unnecessary. Others have the idea of, I'm just such a little weenie person myself, I don't have any power, and now I'm trying to heal. I can't do that, but oh, I know Gabriel, the angel, he's my guide, he's my friend, and he has lots of power. So I'm just a conduit. So I will get into my state, and then as soon as I get to where I'm healing, I'll say, Gabriel, heal that person, and Gabriel will, and the person will be healed, because they don't feel like they can do any of that themselves. What never occurs to them is they don't have the power to heal, but they can order Gabriel to do whatever they want, whenever they want it. See? Gabriel now works for them. Okay, I don't have any power, but I got employees that are really tough. So, but you'll see, as you get around within this culture of people doing and using these ideas, you'll find all of those things out there, the way people feel. And some people will put their healing energy into a stone or an amulet or a crystal or something, and then give that person the crystal. There's all sorts of things. There's only one active ingredient, and that's intent. All the rest of it's tools. Mind games, metaphors to help you focus on doing things. Again, you need the metaphors because inside of you, you have a belief that says, I can't change anything if I don't do anything. And you just believe that at your core level. And if you don't do something to change that black spot into white, it won't change. And you know that so deeply in you that you're stuck with that belief. So that's why we need tools. But make up your own tools. Sometimes people will turn things white, and then they're not quite satisfied with that because it's not quite white enough. They want it to be brighter. So then they will imagine something like, if they've ever been in a steel mill where they have molten steel, it goes to white hot. I mean, it's just an intense white glow that you can't even look at very long before it's too much for your eyes. So what they do is they put on a pair of metaphorical sunglasses, and then they crank up the whiteness to white hot. Metaphors. It just helps them give that much more oomph into their healing intent, you see. So whatever works for you, make up your own metaphors that suit you. But don't make up the one where you take the illness onto yourself. That's a very poor, inefficient metaphor for dealing with illness. So all of this is just getting data out of databases. Everybody can do this if you can just manage to get your intellect out of the way and work out of the being level. Now, I've been spending an awful lot of time on kind of the lead up to these experiential exercises, but I'm doing that on purpose, because if you don't approach it correctly, and if you don't have an understanding of what you're doing and why you're doing it and how to go about it, then all the rest of it usually just ends up in a muddle. And 2 or 3 months later, the muddle discourages you, and then you don't feel like working at it anymore because it doesn't work. So I'm taking a lot of upfront time, because the attitude with which you approach it, the clarity with which you approach it, the precision with which you have your intents are all things that you need to practice and get good at. You probably ought to take the trouble to write down an affirmation. Think about that affirmation that you want to use. Eventually, you won't need an affirmation. You'll be comfortable. Your fears will be less. The content of that affirmation will be automatic in your head. But to begin with, you probably ought to sit and actually write something out that expresses your intent, what you're there for, what you're there not for, what you don't want, and what you do want. So it's a lot of time, but it's really the important stuff. And I only had a couple of other things that I hadn't mentioned. One is that with ability comes responsibility. So as you learn to remote view, as you learn to heal and communicate, there's a lot of responsibility has to go with that. These are things that can be abused. These are things that need to only be used with caring for somebody else in mind. Don't use these as ways to manipulate people to be and do the right thing, which of course is the thing you want them to do. So that's an important part of it. If you don't use them wisely, then your hall pass will be revoked, so to speak. It'll be harder and harder to work, or things will sometimes backfire, and it'll just, all in all, become kind of messy, and you'll probably end up leaving it alone anyway. The system is kind of self-policing that way. People who go about it with wrong attitudes tend to eventually be weeded out. People who try to abuse it are eventually weeded out or limited. Now you can have, the voodoo people who get good at what they do, but they keep this a secret, and that is they're really not very strong or good at what they do. The negative side can evolve some ability, some power if you like, but they're limited. The positive side can just keep going. The negative side goes up to about here and hits the ceiling. They don't evolve much past that. So, but if you get one that's developed up to about here, and then you got one way down at the bottom over here on the positive side, then this one looks real powerful and scary. But if you develop yourself up more, they're not very powerful or scary at all. So it's a limitation. The negative side is limited. It's self-limiting because the high entropy that goes with the negative side is essentially destructive and tears itself apart. So that side is a very limited side. Okay, so you have responsibility not to heal people who don't need to be healed because they have their illness for a purpose. Sometimes your role is just to butt out and let things go the way they naturally are going to go. And sometimes it's difficult because that person is somebody you really care about and you want to fix things for them, and they want you to fix things for them, but that illness is a result of their own poor choices, their own issues at the being level, and they may learn something from it. It's part of their path. You'll know if that's the case by the pushback you get. You'll try to heal them, it won't take, or it'll take and it won't last. Or it does last and you do heal them, but then they do something else that puts them right back in the same situation. So be a little sensitive to what you're doing. If you can, get permission first. If you can't, because it's somebody that needs to be healed, but it's not the kind of subject you can really talk about to them, then just move cautiously. Don't force anything. If it pushes back, then leave it alone. It's the best way. So that's the responsibility. With the remote viewing and with the communication, you could use those to your own end. You can remote view things where you violate other people's privacy. You can have conversations with people where you're trying to talk them into your viewpoint. And none of those are a good use of these skills. good use of these skills is if you're trying to help someone else, it's about them. It's not about you. And don't fall into the trap that, well, I know that I'm right and what they should be doing is this and what they're doing is hurting themselves. So it's really not about me. It's about them. You see, I'm trying to help them be more the way they need to be. But that's your view of how they need to be. That's a trap. That's not about them at all. It's about you. So make it about them, and you will find that you'll get better and better at these things more easily than if you're trying to, go uphill against the grain, if you will, by abusing them. All right, and the next is balance. You need to maintain balance as you do these things. If you spend, 5 hours a day meditating, you're out of balance. If you spend 3 hours a day meditating, you're probably out of balance, but it depends on what your life's about. That might be all right. If you never meditate at all, you're probably out of balance. So you need to find a balance of the time you might spend on healing, remote viewing, or meditating, or these kinds of things, and the time you need to spend here, interacting with people, interacting with your family, your loved ones, your kids, your parents, your neighbors. It's the person-to-person interaction is where the rubber meets the road in this reality. That's where your egos get challenged. That's where your beliefs get challenged. So remember, you're here for a reason. Interact here. And yes, flying around in the non-physical can be fun and it can be instructive, but that's not your main thing that you're doing here. You're here to make choices. Lastly, or maybe it's not quite lastly, but next to lastly, you don't want to get in the way of your own learning opportunities. If you start using your abilities to divine the future, what's likely to happen in the future, you get good at that future probable database, and you start using that to make your life more the way you'd like to see it. Well, now you're manipulating reality to suit you. And you'd think like, yeah, that's right, that's good, isn't it? If you could manipulate reality to suit you, wouldn't you do that? No, that's not really a good thing to do. Stuff happens here, you get feedback. The way you are, the way you interact, or the way you don't interact, creates reactions in others. And you have to get that feedback. If you are manipulating your reality to be the way you want it, you're basically manipulating all the feedback to be the way you want it too. You're avoiding the things that would hurt. You're avoiding the things that would be the tough decisions. You're making those work out so you don't actually have to go there. Now you're getting in your own way. You're not evolving to the optimal way that you could. So it's best just to let it flow the way it does. Special cases, heal someone, because you just intuitively know that would be a helpful thing to do. Then you deal it, or remote view, or have that heart-to-heart conversation. But all of these ought to be about somebody else, not about you, and it ought to be out of caring. And as much as it's about you, that you're manipulating reality for yourself, you're just getting in your own way. And you will find that as you meet people who have a lot of ability to nudge things to be this way or that, the more ability they have, you'll find the less they use it. They use it very rarely. And if you, just in your literature, you're Googling around to see what's going on in these fields, you'll find that that's the case. The persons who have much power use it very seldom. The persons who have no power but really like to have some, they practice a lot, which is probably good. But as they grow up and that practice pays off, they need to also gain the responsibility for that and use that more to be helpful than to rearrange their reality to be the way they want it. So that kind of talks to, what is that thing called? The Secret, or I don't know, there's another name for it too. Yeah, the law of attraction. Yes, the law of attraction works that way. Your intent will manifest things. But if it's, again, if it's for your own benefit to change the reality the way you want it, generally that's a dead end as far as your spiritual growth goes. And I think we do get to the last thing, which is in remote viewing. When you remote view, the worst thing you can do is try to understand what it is that you're seeing and make sense out of it. Again, that's the natural gut level response that everybody has. I see something, what's that? Oh, could that be a that, or is that something else? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it should be this way. You're starting to try to second guess the result. The impression that's most likely to be the correct one is the very first impression you get. When the system of querying a database, it isn't at all like your computer. It's really, really fast. When you put in your query, there's the answer. You don't have to wait for Google to turn a little, spin for a minute or two till it figures it out and then give you the result back. The results come almost instantly to the query. So when you say, well, what's that target? That's the thing. Almost instantaneous with your asking, you'll get that impression. Don't second guess it. Take it. You might want to you can build on it and say, okay, I got that much. Anything else goes with it? But don't say, well, that didn't make any sense. It was just kind of a line and it did this and looked like a scribble. I think that's probably just, I made that up because that doesn't make any sense. That's a mistake. Most of the times when you remote view things, it may not make any sense until you actually see what the target was. And then it's, oh, yeah, I got that, but I didn't understand what it meant. You see? So you right away got it, discarded it, and then tried to get something else that made more sense. That's a mistake. Just get what you get. Immediately put that down. If you want to go repeat it and do it again, don't do it in competition with the thing you already got. Say, all right, I got that, that's done, it's over here, I'm going to start fresh. Okay, now what do I get? Not with the idea, is it going to be the same as what I got before? Because now you're analyzing again. You're getting in your own way. Just, what do I get? Be open. New page, new slate. Difficult for people to do, but that's what you have to work on. So catch that very first impression and don't try to make it make sense. Okay, we talked a little about making robust meditation or any of these things. Actually, you can get data out of the database while you're having a conversation too. Just practice it. Just keep practicing and make it more and more difficult situation. Okay, so go from lying down to sitting up to standing up to pacing back and forth to standing on one leg, to a noisy environment, all those things. And just work at it. It'll take a long time because whenever you switch the environment up, you'll be at least 10 or 15, 20 times you try it before it starts to get back to where it was before. So just work with it. Don't give up too quickly. All right, we're going to get on with the experiential exercises here. The first category is going to be making contact. Okay. As I told you, we're not going to go through meditation or relaxation or any of that. We're not going to play any music, close the blinds or anything like that. We're just going to do it. And you have to be okay with that. It's going to work just fine. Just do it. No rituals here. Okay. So if you're used to rituals, it'll probably be harder for you than those people who are totally new to it and don't have any rituals anyway. So try to let all your old rituals go and let's do it. I've told you enough about this in this lead up that I'm not going to give you a whole lot of instructions at all. I'm just going to say, here's what you're supposed to do. Go do it. And I'll give you a couple of minutes to go do it. I'll look at my watch and give you maybe 2 minutes, which is probably too long. If I gave you 15 seconds, it would probably be better. And you'd think, oh, that's impossible. I can't do anything in 15 seconds. But the longer I give you, the more likely you're going to get twisted up over your own thinking and your own analysis and did I get it and is it right? So the longer that time goes on, the more you start to get wadded up tripping over yourself. So I won't give you much time. I'll give you plenty of time to get wadded up and trip over yourself though, but we will have a limit, so you're going to have to go. But I'll give you a little warning. I'll say like, in a minute, wind up what you're doing, because you may be just in the middle of something. And when you're in the middle of something, it's just really irritating to have somebody say, come on home, children, it's dinner time or whatever, and you're right in the middle of doing something. It's like, leave me alone, I'm busy. But come on back, and you can always go back to that spot later just by remembering where you were, remembering that feel of that. Okay, so we're going to start with making contact. And we've got really 4 experiments here that we're going to do in the contact. The first one is making contact with someone deceased. Could be one of your ancestors, could be a family member, could be a friend, could even be a historical figure if you like, but someone deceased. Now, before you go do this, have a specific question or maybe several questions or something that you want to accomplish when you're there. Because one of the problems is if you wait until you're in the process of doing it, you're not very good at coming up with something to do. So it's better to think of kind of what you might want to do, sort of things you might want to ask before. Now you may get there and then what you thought of was inappropriate and you have to make it up on the spot. That's okay too. But have at least a little something to think about. So that'll be the first one. Someone deceased. You can ask a question. You can just, are you okay? Or whatever you want to know. If it's somebody that you know, like a relative or an ancestor, you know something about them, that'll help, because then you'll have some idea of whether what you're getting is meaningful or not. Okay, well, just take the next 2 minutes and go contact somebody that's deceased. Okay, wind that up to a conclusion in the next 30 seconds or so, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the next thing is we're going to make contact with someone who is very close to you. This would be somebody who's here in this reality frame that you know pretty well. And you could ask a question, or you could impart a suggestion, such as, the color is red. You see, or you could apologize or tell them you love them or do something. The point here is to implant a suggestion, an idea that you can check out later. So later you go and meet this person or call them up and you say, what is the color? And if they say, the color is red, then you'll know you got it, you see. Or if you just exchange very warm, loving thoughts and something, you'll ask them, did you think about me? Or did you get that? I did this, did you get that? Here's what I did you get it? And they'll know. Pamela, the one, she did an interesting one of these some time ago with a friend of hers. This girlfriend of hers, they're very close. They've known each other for lots of years. And Pamela sent her a message, and the message was, you need to button the top button of your blouse. She tended to keep the buttons undone a bit. She said, you need to button that button. And so thought that would be fun. So anyway, she met this person the next day, and she said, well, I sent you a message to button the top button on your blouse. Did you do that, or did you get the message? And she said, well, she says, no, but at the time that Pam was doing, she says, I got this strong idea that there was something wrong with my blouse. There wasn't something right about it. I felt, what's wrong? I need to maybe go look at a mirror and see what the problem is. But she said, suddenly I just thought I'd unbutton one more button on the blouse. So that was the result. So she did. She unbuttoned one more button down the shirt. So it may not be exactly what you think, but the message got there, you see. But it left her, she didn't want to button that button up. That wasn't acceptable thing that she didn't want to do, so she had to do something because that was the message she got, so she unbuttoned one more. So anyway, those kinds of things that will be evidential for you. This is going to be an evidential one. So think of something that you can say or do or whatever to an individual that you could ask them later, and it would be something that, and when you tell them what you did, they could maybe see whether or not they got the message. Okay? So go ahead and connect with someone close. Okay, take the next half minute to finish up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. Now, suggestions like this are more effective if you repeat them and repeat them and repeat them over some time. It's more effective if you do that. I got myself in trouble once with a lady who was complaining that she had tried to quit smoking and couldn't quit smoking. And I said, well, do you want me to help you? And she said, sure. And then the conversation changed. And what I did the next day was I imparted the suggestion, every time you smoke a cigarette, it will taste awful. It will be disgusting. It will taste, and I just could imagine, you know, like putting kerosene in your mouth or something. It just will be awful. Next time I saw her, she was complaining about how she'd gone through 3 or 4 different brands of cigarettes and couldn't get anything to taste well. And I said, well, you asked me to help you. That's what I've been doing. She got very angry with me. She did not appreciate it at all. So, all right. Next, we're going to speak with somebody to whom you need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. This should be somebody important to you, that you have some meaningful discussion you want to have with them. I'll give you just a little more time with this one, since meaningful discussions take a little more time. But make sure it's about them. All right? Have a heart-to-heart talk with that special someone. Okay, begin to draw this conversation to a conclusion. And when you're done, open your eyes. Of course, in this discussion, it could have been anyone alive or not alive. Often, people have problems making peace with their parents. And this is a good tool to use with making that peace. Okay, we're going to do the last one in the Making Contact series. This last one, I want you to ask the larger consciousness system for specific guidance or help. Those are different, guidance or help about your growth path. Okay. Go ahead and begin. Ask the LCS for specific guidance or specific help about your personal growth path. Okay, wind that up over the next 30 seconds or so, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, so now let's just do a little discussion about how that worked, what you got, what worked, what didn't work. If anybody had an experience they'd like to share, you can do that. Or if you had questions about it, you can ask those now. So we'll just limit the conversation though to talking about making contact. So anybody have a significant contact that they made? Yeah.
My mother died last year, so I decided to contact her and ask her how she was, but she just flooded me with love, so I think she's okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Sorry, I buried a friend.
Well, wait a minute, we do need a mic. Otherwise, it'll just come out as mumbles. That the
And also, Tom, just help people make sure when they have the mic, the green light should be lit, just to let them
yeah, you get a mic, it should have a green light lit on it. If it doesn't, it'll have an orange light. If it has an orange light, you just poke the button once and it'll turn green.
I buried a friend a fortnight ago, and I've been trying to get in contact with him a fair bit lately, and then I made good contact with him then. And he wanted to let me know that his girlfriend is struggling, and that he appreciated everything I did on the day of his funeral. That was kind of the intuitional talk that I had with him. It comes across as more dialogue that's not yours. And it's, so when you're left with an empty space and an intent, this thought of dialogue just comes in.
Yeah.
And it's not mine. Sort of, you realise, well, hang on, this is not my dialogue.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, sometimes that's obvious right away, sometimes it takes some time, but with people you know kind of know their personality, so you're able to make a connection that this is that personality, so you know that right off. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay.
I just had really strong colours with a couple of I had the same person to have a conversation with and to make a suggestion to, and for both of those I got completely different colours while I was there.
Did you, was there any kind of learning moment in there?
The suggestion, we had an argument. They argued back, they wanted to wear something different. And the conversation, I'll be interested to see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, you generally shouldn't have any arguments in a discussion. And the reason for that is that if you're having an argument, then you're presenting, you're presenting kind of your side as opposed to another side. And that's more about you than it is about them. It's not about your side. It's about...
It was for the suggestion, so I asked them to wear a particular shirt.
I see. In that
and it was fun. It was banter.
Okay. Good. Good. Yeah, you have to keep doing it. Yeah, it'll be nice to see whether whether it works. The suggestions, they actually will get the suggestion, whether they act on it, whether they're even aware of it, but you'll notice, even if you talk to them and they say, no, I didn't get anything like that. But if you observe sometimes the behavior or things that they act, they really did get it. Sometimes that's clear and sometimes it's not. Depends on the nature of the conversation. Like the one with the button. She didn't really have any sense of getting a message, but she did have the sense of the interaction. Oh, yes.
I had a friend who died last year, and so I contacted her. Actually, I was amazed how quickly the information came, almost in an instant. And I asked her actually 4 questions. I asked, because I hadn't seen her for a long time, I asked her what her partner, his name, so I can go and check on his name. And I asked her where she was, and she said that she was residing in a place actually with her mother. I asked her what she died of, and she said she died of liver cancer. And then I asked her, did she have any plans on re-entering back into Earth, and she said yes.
Well, good. You can check all those things. Yeah, very good, evidential. Good set of questions. So did anybody have a problem with it? It just didn't seem to work. It just seemed not to go anywhere. No, kind of like no response or no connection, or you just didn't feel like anything happened. Anybody have that experience?
I did, yeah. With the last question I did. Yeah, because I felt like I was asking questions that I knew the answer to get validation.
Okay.
And it was just coming back blank. So it was the reason I was asking the questions about specifically whether I was making choices that were the right choices towards my growth path just went blank. So I wasn't getting any answers. But then I felt like I already kind of knew that I was, and that I was trying to get validation for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so then maybe it wasn't really a question as it was looking for confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be the reason. They didn't really need, the system really didn't need to say anything to you. You already had the answer. That could have been it. Could have been, I'm just making things up now, it's not really particular to your experience, but when things like that happen, it could be sometimes for several reasons. Sometimes when people get nothing, it's because they don't really want to hear the answer. So they tend to get nothing. They don't want to be told something that puts them in a direction different than where they're planning to go. So they might ask the question, but the question's coming out of their intellect. They think they should ask the question. Well, this is a question I should ask. But if it's not a real question that they have, then sometimes you'll get a blank back because it's, you really don't want to know the answer to that question anyway. Anyone else have trouble with it or have issues that they wanted to talk about?
Yeah, with all of those exercises, I sort of, I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but I'm sort of, the responses I was looking for are yet to come. Like, I didn't sort of ask anything to happen right now, but for a response to come in time.
Yeah, well, that could be fine, yeah. Often it's like that. You can ask a question and you don't get something right away, but later things start to happen right around that question that lets you know that that you're getting an answer, but you're getting it, what do they say, with signs or with other things going on. And that happens because often If a person is going to receive the information and operate on it intellectually, the larger conscious system won't talk to them directly, because most people, this is about 99% of us, if you have a direct communication, the intellect processes it. It's just processed at the intellect. And if the kind of question that it is isn't something you can just process in your intellect, it's something that you have to process at a being level, you won't necessarily get any words at all. But later, things will start to happen. You'll get things that will happen, like if you ask for help in overcoming, say, a problem with anger management, a day or two later, you may get in a situation where something happens and you just flare up into anger. And then you think, oh, this is my opportunity to deal with anger management. And then another day later, something else, triggers you. And suddenly there's this whole list of things that'll trigger you that are all opportunities for you to grow up. So sometimes the reply is like that. Sometimes what you're asking isn't best assimilated in the intellect. It's more of an experiential thing that you have to, that you have to experience. And in those cases, you don't get a verbal answer. You'll get things that happen afterwards. Well, I hope I get rid of this soon.
Should we take a quick break? Let's just take a 5-minute break.
Well, give me a minute. All right. I'm healed. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else about contact? It's a very powerful tool that you can use in lots of different ways. Need a mic up here?
Yeah, for me it was very natural and normal. Like, it was just as easily acceptable as my imagination would be. But then again, I don't know if that's just because I've had experiences like that before. So maybe to me it's kind of like second nature. Like, I didn't feel like it was going to be difficult, or like I had to wait for anything to happen. Like, the moment that things just started showing up, I'm like, yeah, sweet, cool, here it is. And then I just started having a conversation with someone, and I'm like, yeah, sweet, done. So it wasn't like an emotionally engaging experience. Mm-hmm. But actually, I've got a question. For it to have significant meaning, or have some kind of more significant realness to it, does it have to be emotional? Or can it be even intellectually understood and almost not even necessarily moving in any way? It's like, oh yeah.
It
cool.
could be either one.
Yeah.
Just because that you get it in your intellect doesn't mean it isn't significant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just because you get it in your feeling doesn't necessarily mean it's significant.
Yeah.
It could get either one. Any mode can work. It depends on you. Mm. If you tend to be more intellectual, then you'll probably get more things that are intellectual.
Yeah.
If you tend to be less intellectual, you'll get things more at a feeling level. So partly it's how you communicate.
Yeah. Mind you, the times that I have done it in the past, when you try and engage with it more on an emotional level, it feels more real. But I guess that's because you're engaging your feeling, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I guess that was just one thing I wanted to add to that.
Yeah. You see, the intellect, I give the intellect kind of a bad rap when I say you got to get your intellect to sit down and be quiet. The intellect can work also just as well at the being level. You can think at the being level. So if you're thinking and you're intellectualizing is at the being level, then that works fine. The only time that your intellect is a problem if it's being informed by fear, ego, and belief, which is mainly what our intellects are engaged in. So for most people, most of the time, the intellect is something you need to tell us, sit down and be quiet, because it's the fear, it's the ego, it's the belief is what's in the intellect. But if you get rid of a lot of that stuff and you're operating intellectually out of your being level, and you're not doing it through the fear, ego, and belief, then yes, you can process things with the intellect or with the feeling. either way, it'll work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the next thing then to go and do, was there somebody else had something to say?
Well, I was going to say that I got.
Thank you, Angel. My experience when I was talking, had a heart-to-heart conversation with someone, was with one of my daughters. I haven't been in really touch with her for years, and we have like a cold relationship, and it was beautiful because I felt a beautiful warm hug. Just told her that I love her and sent her light, and that the higher consciousness or divine intelligence, I call her, radiates her heart passions wherever they are. And told her that it's all good, and whatever she does, I love her for who she is. And we had a beautiful, beautiful hug that I didn't feel with her for many, many years. That was very, very nice to
good.
feel.
That's real special when those things happen. And don't be surprised if you get a phone call tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, let's, you got more. Good.
Tom, just quickly, usually it takes me time to focus my intent when I'm doing these types of exercises. So I find that I start with intent that's quite sketchy, and as time goes and I relax, my intent gets more laser focused. I don't know whether it's because you're here or all of us are here together, but today, as soon as I closed my eyes, it was just like straight in laser focus, and I was like, whoa. It was like turbocharged or something. And everything was really clear. Like even the imagery was very clear, lots of reds, lots of fractal spinning images while the focus was, while the intent was there immediately, you know, at somewhere that may have taken me usually half an hour or something to get to. So I found that really interesting.
That's good, yeah. And that was with no process leading up to it. See, that lets you know you don't really need that process. And it is partly the group. We have a very special group of people here. The kind of people who come out to hear me talk aren't just the average person, you know, walking out of the street. They're people who care about growth, you know, care about the bigger pictures and that sort of thing. So that there's an energy exchange going on here among us all the time, because we now are a group, and we're kind of identifying with this group and with other people like us, and that makes the exchange here a lot more. And then I'm a member of the group too, so we're all kind of sharing that energy. So it does help people get to where they're going quicker. And mainly it's because there's just less stumbling around in your own, you know, in your own issues. Is what happens.
Actually, I just had one last message that I got when I was in our last exercise. And it said to me, through love, people will change, and not to be upset with people. So that was a big thing.
That is a very good piece of advice.
I'll share that with everyone.
Yeah, it's a very good piece of advice.
Tom, what this gentleman just mentioned about how being with us in a group helped, is there anything organised as far as people getting together and sort of working together?
I don't think there's anything organised yet, but I see Keith isn't back there right now.
A lot of places do have meetup groups. I know in New Zealand they did. In order to prepare for this, somebody took it upon themselves and started what they call a meetup group. And I don't know how often they meet or anything. Nick Story is probably the one. We could probably put you in touch with him. But anyway, they have meetup groups. So and I don't know what they do with their meetup group. They talk about the philosophy or they meditate. I know in Boston there's one. So in a lot of cities, people have groups that they work with.
Yeah. And to facilitate that, if you talk with Keith, and if everybody agrees, he can exchange all the emails to everyone. So if you'd like to have, you know, the email, like to have your address in that group that gets passed around so that you can communicate with each other, or set up a meetup group, or keep the contact alive, then go talk with Keith. And if you really don't want to be part of that group and don't want to get emails, then go talk to Keith. Either way, and by the time we get to the end of the day, he'll know who wants in, who wants out, and he can send then a list of emails so that everybody has the other email addresses. And that would be a good way to start for whatever you're doing, whether it's a meetup group or just anything else. Maybe people might get together, you see, to do healing targets. It's hard to do that by yourself. You can work with another person and say, well, you go find some people that you know, maybe out of your family or something, have problems, and I will try to diagnose them because I don't know what they are. And I'll find some people that I know that have problems, and then you can try to diagnose those. So two people together can really find the healing thing real easy to do. Or 4 or 5 people together. So those sorts of things are handy. Or you pick a remote viewing target, at your house or somewhere around in your environment, and give me coordinates to it. You can get coordinates right out of your GPS, probably right out of your phone, that kind of thing. So working in groups to create healing and remote viewing targets makes that process just real easy. To every day you can have different targets, and it's simple to get them.
Sorry, just in terms of meetup groups, there are a couple of us here that running meetup groups already in Sydney. So we definitely could use that as a platform for us to meet. So if anybody is interested, I'll be happy to help and facilitate and create we already have meetup groups, but create a new one would be absolutely fine. Thanks.
I actually have a question. When I tried to have that heart-to-heart, what came up was quite a lot of suppressed anger. So I couldn't actually go towards love, to have that loving interaction. And that anger was quite surprising. And I could see what a barrier that is. So any suggestions of
I take it the
how
anger
that
was with who you were having the heart-to-heart with. It wasn't your anger, but you just tried to connect, but you just got a lot of this stuff back.
Yeah.
I would say keep trying. That you may not always get that anger. You may have just made the connection at a bad time, because what you get then is exactly what's going on then. So it's sometimes just a bad time to have a chat. So I say try it again, a couple hours from now or whatever, and see if it doesn't, it's not that way. Otherwise, if it's somebody you know that you can talk with, you might kind of question how their day was, and are they okay, and did they have some really angry moments? Because when you show up like that, if they're in the middle of a meltdown of some sort, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to see that they're not really going to, want to talk with them. Now you can go ahead and talk over that. Even though you get the anger, just feed love to the anger and talk over it, and that will sometimes calm them down to the point that you can have that conversation, and they will get it just the same. But it's not necessarily that they're going to remember it. They're not going to be paying attention to it too much. But you can talk when you talk, not just to them being defined as what's in their intellect, but you're talking to the larger them. So it's going to their consciousness, not necessarily that part of their consciousness that they're aware of. You can talk to them at a subconscious level, and at a level of more like the IUOC, as opposed to the Free Will Awareness Unit. You can talk to them at a higher level, and they'll get that. It'll all filter down to where they're getting it, but they may never become actually aware of it in their consciousness. So that happens sometimes. You get to somebody that's kind of in a rage, and it may be personal in the sense that you have a strained relationship with the person. And when you say, hello, I'm here, they go, ah! that can happen too. But then I'd say just keep trying. Try to work through it and try to say, well, I know you're upset, but I love you anyway. Give them a big hug. Make it all then at a feeling level. Kind of let go of let go of the words and the thoughts. Just make it a feeling level at that point. And maybe they'll calm down when they feel that hug, or maybe they won't, but then try it again later.
I couldn't quite access it within me either. So I couldn't find it within me.
Say that again.
The love, that loving point I couldn't find within me. So it was more my anger, or anger within my energy structure. It felt more like, rather than theirs.
Well, if it was within your energy, then that's what you brought to the table. Yeah. And that would be, that was all about you, your anger. Yeah. And it's good to get that out of the way first before you communicate. Otherwise they then just got you suddenly, coming in out of nowhere, flying in and going, to them, which doesn't actually put them in a better mood or anything either. It just brings up old pain. So I would say you have to let that go before you have that conversation with them. Better for you to pick a different subject to work with than to have that result. Yeah, an easier target. Because then the anger is about you. That's your own fear. That's your own issue. And you don't want to bring that to somebody else. So deal with that, let it go. When you get to a point where you think you can interact without that, then try it again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tom, this is more a question, I guess. I was having trouble connecting, right? Like a telephone call, I guess. So I had this happen before, where I'd actually had a sense of a person's presence through an aroma. And we're talking about my deceased father here. So I'd had in neutral conditions an aroma that I associated with that man and his clothing. And so I sought this time, because I was having trouble connecting, I sought a sign. Is this a valid thing to do? In other words, I've tried to simplify it. I focused very hard on him, and I tried to simplify the connection, the confirmation of a connection by a smell that in fact does not exist, but it's in your mind. Is that a valid thing to do, or is that not?
Yeah, that's a valid thing to do. It's all in your mind.
Yeah, of course.
There's nothing else but mind.
No. And there's no way that can get here in any other way.
Right. So, but the whole thing is like that, and that's a perfectly valid way to make the connection. Any way that connects your intent to that person, that's...
Yes, because I was trying to simplify it to get a connection before I actually went to the next stage, right? Asking the questions. And unfortunately, that did not happen this time, but it had happened before.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. But if you don't necessarily feel like there is a connection, and you want to get that connection before you start the conversation, don't do that. Just start the conversation. Because the conversation itself, you have an intent to communicate to an individual, and just starting the conversation will often create the connection. These things happen quickly. And in general, in doing things with your mind, if you have a hard time getting started, start with your imagination. Okay? Start with your imagination. Just start the conversation. And carry it through then like there is a connection. And just that will create the connection. And the way you know that the connection's there is that by the quality of the interaction you get, whether or not that really seems real, or whether it seems like that's the kind of thing you would think, or is it the kind of thing they would think. And pretty soon you can keep going with it. But your imagination is a good way to start. And the reason for that is many of us have a hard time initiating these things because there's a part of us that says, this is kind of goofy, this is kind of woo-woo, and is this real or am I making it up? They've got that issue. Even though we've talked about it, you still have that issue. And when you do, that's an inhibitor. It's hard to start. It's hard to get started because you can't quite feel comfortable that it's real. And if you just say, well, okay, I'll just start with imagination and go with it, let it flow, and then see what happens. And most of the time, that's all you need to start the process going. So that's true whether you're healing or communicating or remote viewing. If you can say, well, I feel like this is a cold call, I haven't really made a connection yet, just start the process. And in that starting, suddenly it's okay to be doing that because you're going to do that anyway just to see what happens. No expectation, just to see what happens. And that's enough to make it start happening. So don't wait for the connection. You can try it, but if nothing happens, then deliver the message anyway. You see, it won't hurt anything. It's just an experiment. You're just an experimenter, want to see what happens, and the result will happen, whatever it is, that's what it is. No expectation and no particular goal other than that you're going to just try it and see what happens. So, yeah, just go with it anyway. Okay, then we're going on to the next set, which is going to be healing. Okay, that was making contact. And notice we made contact in a lot of different ways. We had someone deceased, we had a suggestion we were imparting, we had a question to the larger consciousness system, and we had a heart-to-heart. Those are all different ways that you can have contact. Okay, now, in healing, okay, what we're going to do first is get some names. I'm going to put on a board, which then we will all work to heal those particular people, and then we will have the person who gave us the name tell us what the diagnosis is, that's wrong with them. So your diagnosis now works a lot like the remote viewing. Your diagnosis is getting data out of a database. It's what you're doing. So I mentioned that you start with a humanoid outline, an intention. Here's a humanoid outline. That's a symbol for a human being. Okay. Now I want this symbol for a human being to symbolize Susie Q's health. And then I want to see the good, healthy parts as bright white. I want to see the unhealthy parts as dark. The worse the health, the darker it is. Okay, then as soon as you say that, it's a quick system. As soon as you say that, just look and see where the dark spots are. Don't be thinking, I wonder if I'll see dark spots, or I wonder if those dark spots I see are real. Just look to see the dark spots. They're there. Just go with the process and look where you see them. Now, you want to know front from back, right from left, and we talked about that. You're going to have to decide whether you're looking at that Susie Q from the back or the front and rotate the image to the side to get front from back. So you have to work a little bit with it to where you're really sure that it's like that. Now, don't just look from here to here where most of the internal organs are, and say, well, that's a good guess. I'll look there. Anything from the top of the head to, the toenails could be the problem. Look for variations of gray. Someone who has the flu or a cold or has some kind of systemic disease, you'll see the whole body. It's kind of got a gray cloud all over it. If it's just a problem with a tumor in the lung, then you'll just see a black spot on one side or the other, that sort of thing. So first, just where are the black spots? You just ask the question, that's your intent. They'll just appear there. First thing that you see, that's it. Don't second guess it. Don't try to work with it and say, oh, well, what's that? That's about where the lung is, and that's it. Just get it. And if you can remember it, that's good. We're going to do like 3 of them or 4 of them. We're not going to stop much between them. So if you want, write it down on a piece of paper if you think you can't remember that much, or otherwise just keep it in your memory, what you got for each one. And after we've done, say, the 3 of them, then we'll ask to see what indeed they had and where that might show up. So you can get wisps of smoke that are gray, you can get solid gray spots, you can get polka dots, you can get all kinds of things, depends on the ailment. So don't try to second guess it, just get what you get, see what happens, that sort of thing. And when it comes to looking at your gingerbread cookie, if you can imagine a gingerbread cookie, right, just in your imagination, see a gingerbread cookie. It's just that easy, isn't it? I mean, it's just that simple. It's a humanoid outline, you know, head, neck, shoulders, arms, body, legs, feet. That's all really that you need. Anything that's ill is going to be in that outline someplace. That's all you need. It doesn't need to be high res. Very low res is good enough. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. Do we have any volunteers that have the health date on somebody that would like the group to heal them? I'll write them down here. Just give me like Susie Q, give me a name and a...
Sydney E.
Is that right? Sydney E. Okay, anybody else? Baltazar? Spell that for me. T-A... Z. Ah. Z. Oh, R. All right, let's just find an eraser and start over on that R. You think we all speak English? It'd be easier, don't you? But we speak a little different kind of English. Okay. J.
That's Sydney E. and
Okay.
Baltazar.
Anybody else
J.
have one? Gabriel?
Gabriel K.
Okay, let's take one more. Somebody really have one that they really need help with? I guess you win that contest, yeah?
Lena K. Lena, L-E-N-A. K.
Okay, Lena K. All right, that'll probably be enough. We can do more later if we, want to. And everybody and these people are going to share these with us and tell us what the problems are. But everyone has both a name of somebody like this that you know what the problem is and one that you don't. So when we do some more later, these people have already given up their ones that they know, so you can share with them some of, find somebody sitting next to you to share some if you need to later on. All right, so you know the idea. I've given you a few tools with gingerbread shapes and beams of light or blowtorches or acid or knives or gloves and glasses and molten steel, and you can make up whatever you want to make up. They're all mind tricks to help you focus your intent on what you're doing. Not only do you want to get rid of the black, you want that black to stay away. So you want to get rid of the black, and then you want to make the whole thing, head to toe, just as white and bright as you can, and you want an intent that it remain that way. And you want to put, quote, energy, unquote, into it. Energy is a metaphor for something that does something that has an effect. Energy in physics is something that can do work, something that causes something to change. So the metaphor energy is a pretty decent metaphor, even though there's no such thing as energy. It's all information. So put your energy into it, make it shine, make it bright, and do it out of the being level, out of a lot of empathy. And if you join this sharing the email group, the people who do know these people can report back and say whether there was any effects from the work of our group today. That can be part of a thing that you can share later on. All right, so we're going to not give you a lot of time, but this doesn't take a lot of time. You'll notice that when you say, all right, where are the black spots? If you take 30 seconds to ask that question and to look at it, you're probably already tripping over yourself. When you say, when you look at the black spots, just looking, there they are. It's really pretty quick. And when you have an intent, it doesn't take very long to have that intent. So just do it. One thing after the other, just go with that flow until it's done. It's not, if you have to back up and labor over a process, you probably already are tripping over yourself. So if that's the case, then let that go and just go on with it. Okay, we're not about success here, we're about working the process. You may or may not get the right answer, that's okay. You're just experiencing working the process. Okay, so let us take some time to heal Sydney E. Not just any old Sydney E, but the Sydney E that was brought up in this class for us to heal. That Sydney E. There's only one of those. Okay, go ahead and begin. Okay, finish that up. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the next person we're going to attempt healing is Balthazar J. Okay. Begin on Balthazar J. Okay, finish that process up. When you're done, open your eyes. If you have trouble remembering what you see, just draw a little gingerbread cookie and color in the spots where you see the black spots. Okay, the next person we're going to heal is Gabriel K. Okay. Begin your healing of Gabriel K. All right, finish up on Gabriel K. Next, we're going to attempt healing Lena K. So begin healing Lena K. Okay, let that go in the next few seconds, and when you're done, open your eyes. Yeah. Just a few things to tell you now that you've had some experience. You've all healed at least 4 people, you've worked on them, and now you have some experience. So some of the things I've said maybe will fall into place better with that experience. In general, it's cumulative. The fact that we have all of us working on it at the same time, that's, what if there's, what is there here, 40 of us or 50 of us? That's probably 50 times more effect than what we'd have with the average one of us. Okay, so that's good, more people. And the more times you do it, when you're healing somebody, you would want to heal them, maybe take not just 3 minutes, but maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And then an hour or two later, again. Maybe the later it'd only be 2 minutes. Then maybe a couple hours later, 1 minute. You see, once you learn that you don't need ritual, you can just take 2 or 3 minutes out and do this. And 2 or 3 hours later, you can take a minute, do it again. And maybe, 4 hours later, take another minute or minute and a half and do it again. It all adds. So the healing is additive with the effort. So if you think of it in terms of energy, You're changing something with your mental energy, and that's an additive kind of thing. The second thing I wanted to mention, and then it's lunchtime, is that as far as process goes, we have this sense that nothing's going to happen if we don't do process. Process is unnecessary. It's another, aid that we have. I've given you just a few minutes to do these instead of like 15 minutes, which you probably would take if you were just doing it on your own. But you'll learn that not only do you get instant reply from the system to your query, but you can take that gingerbread cookie, find the spots, front to back, sideways, see the spots, do this or that, depending on where they're in the back or the front. And all of that can be done in a few seconds. You don't need a lot of laborious process. If you're working to make it happen, all right, now I'm going to turn it around. All right, image, that's it. Turn, 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 turn. Okay, there it is, 90 degrees, I got it. See, if you're doing that, that's a lot of unnecessary process because you feel like you have to make it turn. You have to make it happen. Instead, you could just say, oh, there it is, flash, flash, flash. You've taken your 3 measurements, it's all done. Figure out what that is, and it's done with it. You don't really need a lot of process. First order of business will be to get the truth about Sydney E. and the others. So, whoever gave us the name Sydney E., would they please tell us what Sydney E. has?
Number 1 would be knees, and number 2 is shoulders.
Knees and shoulders. Both knees, both shoulders?
Yeah.
Anybody get that right?
I got on the back at the base of the shoulder on the left side, and then one knee.
Yeah. So you got shoulder, not shoulders.
Yeah, just
So
one.
it was just the S was missing from the concept. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What was the truth for Baltzar, Jay?
Stage 4 cancer of the stomach.
Okay. Cancer of the stomach.
Yeah, I got a picture, but it was a bit lower. So for me, it was a bit more going maybe towards the prostate. But yeah, it was, and I said, okay, show me, and it was very, very clear back then. That's what I guess. So, yeah.
I'm pretty happy with this one. I saw like a cyst. I wrote like hernia, and it's like, so like a little ball, like above the hip towards the center. So, like in between the, like sort of there. I don't know if that's.
Anything that you would get in this area would be the right answer. Between here and here, here and here, that would be considered a correct answer. Okay, somebody here has a comment to make on that.
I thought it might have been both kidneys, and so, but now I'm looking at the picture, it was like in the sort of, that was that general area that I was seeing it in, but because it was maybe the way I was viewing it, I saw it as both kidneys, but so I guess the stomach's sort of in between those somewhere.
Yeah, that's often, since you get data and then you interpret it, often it's a little fuzzy around the edges. It's not, you're not expecting to get a high res of what's going on. You kind of get the right area in the right place. Okay, and how about Gabriel K? Get a mic first.
That would be chronic bowel irritability and headache and migraines.
And what?
Migraines.
Migraines.
So the head and the bowels.
So the bowels would have been all of the intestines, because that bowel irritability can be in the colon or it can be further up. So it would be lower abdomen and migraines. Okay. Anybody get that one? Oh, that was a strong one. Well, a lot of people got that. Mhm. And what about Lena K?
Elena is a wonderful 1.5-year-old at the moment, and she was born with many defects, including one of her lungs was collapsed because it wasn't properly connected, so the aortas were not going to the right place. Also, voice cords were paralyzed, and so many different kind of problems. Not one problem, but the heart of multi-organ, thing. She underwent one surgery, and the doctors still don't know exactly what is going on. So many things in a sense.
So this is an infant?
This is an infant, 1.5-year-old.
1.5-year-old infant. It would have been a lung.
Lung, most
head.
importantly, vocal cords.
Yeah.
Vocal cords, and undeveloped lung, I think, would be the main one.
So you might have
With
even
some-
seen a smear that started at the heads, went down one side, down the throat, and over, that sort of thing. Because remember, you're asking the general question of, I want to see what the problem is. Well, you won't necessarily see a lot of individual problems. You may just get a smear across all the problems. Here's where the problems are. Anybody get any of that right? Yeah. You got voice box?
Yep. And the right lung.
Yeah, okay, that was real precise. So you notice that some people were really targeted to some of these, but not necessarily all of them.
I actually couldn't focus on this exercise. The whole time, all I could hear was lung, 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 the entire time. And Tomek's sitting next to me. So that's all that. I couldn't see any gingerbread man. It was just lung. That's all I could hear the entire time.
Yeah, that's okay. You do it your own way. However it comes to you, it works.
He's a loud thinker, huh?
Just interesting that I got a very cute little female. That's what I wrote down. Slight and cute and little. But for the diagnosis, I had breast cancer in the right breast. So
Very good diagnosis. Very little, very cute, very happy. Yes. Check.
I had problems with the whole exercises. I just couldn't really visualise this gingerbread cut-out shape thing, so I just think I need to work on that whole process and my approach quite a lot to get there. But for that last one, in what I was visualising, which was nothing like what we were trying to actually work with, I got sort of like the rib cage is a 3-dimensional pan around some part of the body. I never got a full body shape. I just get, like for the one prior, I got head, so there was a bit of headache in that. But yeah, that was the most 3D sort of realistic visual I got, and it was all about that rib area. So go Lena. We need to focus on Lena a couple more times.
So if I asked you right now to imagine a gingerbread cookie, could you bring one up?
Just something about my brain. I just get the sort of really I just get really patchy, red and blacky, blotchy, closed eye, general stuff.
Even now,
And
while you were not trying to do
pretty shocking
anything,
at visualising.
think of a gingerbread cookie. Can you think of
I
that?
don't know what's wrong with. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, cute little
Sort
gingerbread
of, but
cookie,
I
little
can't really
little
hold
buttons
on
down
to
the front, 2 little eyes.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know why
No?
I can't really get that. I've heard you mention this one on YouTube in the past. I thought I'll give it a crack, but there's something with my visualization process that isn't very strong at getting that together.
Well, you may need another kind of tool.
Yeah. I
Visualizing may not be your thing.
Yeah.
Then you may need to feel it rather than see it.
That's what I thought. And just with a couple of amens or amens, did anyone else run into that problem? Thank you. Yeah. I just thought for me that tool, not that it didn't work because it seems to work quite well, but I was there with that as a starting point. Yeah.
There are those people who just don't visualize very well, and they tend to be much better at feeling it. Yeah. And that way, and it's odd because they say, well, I don't get any visuals, but I feel that it's in the upper left right part. Well, if you don't get any visuals, how do you feel upper left right? But they do. they feel position, they feel what's going on, and they get it from a feeling sense. They get position and all the other typically visual data, but they get it through another metaphor, not through a visual metaphor. And then you just need different tools. Instead of working with a gingerbread cookie, you need to make up something that works for you, that you can connect to, and just try different sorts of things. And instead of saying, what does that look like, say, what does that feel like? And you may even, locate the feelings in your body, but don't locate the illness in your body. So I'm not sure, I am a visual person, so not being of that, I don't have a lot of experience, but those of you that are not visuals, do you have any tools that you'd like to share?
Thank you. It's sort of a little bit similar to visualizing, but not really. It's more, I guess, imagine like how a blind person would feel a human form. So if a blind person was going to feel, you're not seeing it, but you're feeling a human form, you get drag in the areas where there is sickness. So if I'm running my hands through the human form and there is a problem, say, in the arm, then as I'm running both arms, one hand through each arm, this arm will drag. So where the problem is, I'll get drag or I'll meet a force. And that's how I felt my way through this type of scenario.
Anybody else have some...
I did a lot of practicing of visualization stuff last year for a project that I worked on, and at first I couldn't visualize anything. And the mind is a muscle, and the more that you practice that, you do get better at being clear on visualizing stuff like that. And I found that difficult then because I haven't been practicing for a really long time. But it is a muscle, and if you practice at it, you do get better at seeing things clearer. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I felt like out of practice.
Yeah, that's why I say tools are individual. What works for one doesn't necessarily work for another. And experiment until you find the tools that do work. Just try different things. The idea of drag, I had never heard of that, but that sounds like something that would work. Other people kind of look at I think they kind of do a scan, and then if they feel good or feel bad about something, it's kind of like a, oh no, as they pass through that part. As they just kind of, if they're not visualizing, how are they scanning, but they scan in a feeling sense. and it's, oh, that feels good, that doesn't feel so good, kind of an idea. Okay.
I just thought I'd add with the feeling one, throw your gloves on for that one.
Should you have gloves on? Well, you don't ever need gloves unless you have a fear that you might contaminate yourself. So if that's
I wear gloves for that one.
Yeah, if that's an issue, then you would put gloves on because you don't want to get into any of that bad stuff.
I just wanted to say, I felt that with the second one, a lot of people didn't get that one. Is that correct? And maybe it's because the name was a bit unfamiliar to everybody. Like Baltazar, it's a bit of a strange name, and maybe that affected it.
I don't know, shouldn't have been. They should have been able to plug into that. Yeah, I don't think it would have been the strange name. That should not have been the thing. They should have been able to, even if they were guessing at the pronunciation, a unique identity would be, the second one on this list would be enough as a unique identity, even without the name. You just need some intention that's unique to that individual. Okay, yes.
Yeah, I asked each of them if they wanted a healing first up, and I got a no from one.
Okay. Which one did you get the no
I wasn't
for?
really going to say, but
Which one did you get the no for?
I got a no from Lena.
From Lena.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else feel any kind of reticence there? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I also had a lot of trouble visualizing the gingerbread man, and didn't get any right at all. And I'm a pediatric surgeon, so my life is about diagnosing and coming up with conditions. So I think as soon as I would think the name, I would get a condition rather than, and it was the wrong condition, obviously. And then then I could see the organs. I could visualize those, and I could see, oh yeah, so if they had liver cancer, it would have spread to the lungs. So then I could start to visualize that, but I couldn't stop that process, and it clearly was not in the right direction. So
You kept adding your own information to the process rather than just
well, I don't
getting
think I
the
ever got the
information.
beginning bit to start with either. It just nothing came, and then suddenly, I was down a path.
Well, it takes practice. If you do it more times, and what you'll probably find that if you work on this and you get to where you're fairly decent at it, you'll find that when you interact with and diagnose your own patients, your intuition will be a whole lot better than it was before. And though you won't rely solely on that intuition, of course, but it will clue you into kind of connected things, things that are easy to miss. Okay, you get the main stuff, but there's connections between them and causes and so on that are less easy to measure, and those things will start to come out then in your intuition. So I'd say practice. I think there's a lot of physicians who about half to 2/3 of their diagnostic skills are all intuition. They're
I
just,
think a lot of what we do is intuition.
yeah, is intuition, and it's good to
But now I'm worried because I wasn't very good at it today.
maybe you felt under certain pressure that in your field you should be the one that got them all right, and that's what kept you from getting them right.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, another comment up here.
Thank you. Actually, just a point on Lena. When I did that exercise, the condition I got was circulate. I felt something going on all around the body.
Mm-hmm.
So I had circulation, and also the heart area. But I also added in there with the healing, only if it's for the highest good. And I didn't actually do it for the other people. So just referring back to what this gentleman was saying, maybe there's some sort of correlation there.
Yes. Often with infants and very young children, you will find that the entity, that the consciousness that's going to be player of that avatar, gets a sense of maybe I shouldn't invest in this because there's so many problems. This really isn't what I had in mind. And the entity starts to feel like, I don't have an investment yet, right? There's not been a lot of investment. Once you're 40 years old, you got a lot of investment in that avatar, right? You've gone through a lot and you're trying to make it work. But for young babies, that's not the case. The entity has a very small investment. They might say, well, I'd just as soon start this over with another avatar. This is not the avatar I signed up for. All this stuff happened, and so you do that. I had a grandson that was born with a diaphragmatic hernia. Little guy had only 30% of a diaphragm. And because without a diaphragm, all the organs inside the stomach and everything else just float up into the empty body cavity. There's no diaphragm to keep them down where they belong. So the lungs don't form because they can't grow because there's intestines up in higher in the chest area. So he had this little flap of skin, 30% of a diaphragm that was supposed to be pulling air through lungs that were only about that big. Had a hard time breathing. He did survive, but for the longest time, he did not want to stay. That consciousness said, no, I don't think so. Because I went out and talked to him right away, and the consciousness said, no, I'm going to pick another avatar. This is not the one I want to sign up for. all right, there's some special things to learn here, but I'm not sure that's what I want to learn, or that's what I want to do. So I was very hesitant for a long time. There were a lot of people trying to heal this little guy, and at a point, I think he got so much love passed toward him, but so many people that it changed his mind. And right up at the last moment, when it was going to be 2 or 3 days from pulling the heart-lung machine that was keeping him alive for the last 4 months, no, 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah, just to where he was done. He wasn't getting better, he was getting worse. The probability that he could be taken off the machine, given a day for the blood thinners that you need to stay on these machines to get out of his system, and then have an operation and survive all of that, was very remote. But somehow he turned around and he said, okay, I'm in. And as soon as he changed his mind, he started getting better. He got better very quickly and surprised all the hospital staff, and everybody thought he was gone. You know, he already had been on the heart-lung maximum amount of time. Wasn't likely that he was going to survive. So they do the operation, found this little flap of diaphragm, figured how could he breathe? He had to breathe without heart-lung. He had to breathe on his own with those, you know, one lung was about this big, the other one was tiny. How he did that, nobody knows, but he did. And then the doctor says, well, after the operation, expect him to get worse for a while and then get better. He never got worse, he just got better. So the attitude of the consciousness has a lot to do with whether they get better or not, and that's an example of when the consciousness has a very small investment, they often kind of have this, I'm not so sure I want to do this kind of attitude. So it's not that surprising that they're like that. You can kind of see if you were in the same spot. You might want to say, no, a lot of special learning opportunities here, but it's a hard path. So that's, and there are times when that switches. I can remember one time, there was a little girl, I believe, who had a tumor. I'm not sure if it was malignant or not, had a malignant tumor on her brain and was just a few months old. And that entity said no, they didn't want to go through with it. But there was another entity that said, I'll take it, I'll do that. And a switch was made, and the little baby, the tumor went right away, and she's a pretty little girl now, as I understand. So, yeah. Huh? Sure, they can do that. Yeah, yeah, you can do that. That's not, you know, it's in the margin. It's not like that happens all the time, but that's in the margin. It occasionally even happens in adults. Occasionally, it happens in adults who just don't want to be there really badly, and another one who would like to start at that place and go on. And then these folks have a personality adjustment and change right in the middle, because that's, it can trade out. So those kinds of things can happen. Again, they're in the margins. They happen in the, you know, the 100th of 1% kind of thing, but they do happen. We have a hand up here, the microphone.
Donna's just passing a picture around of the little girl you were just talking about.
Oh, Donna, you have something to say about that?
I just happen to have a picture of the little girl that was worked on, that you worked on with the brain tumor. And she's about 4 years older now. This was a picture a few years ago. But she's a very beautiful little girl, bright little girl, and doing very well now. And it's interesting that you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Green light, yep.
I just wanted to share something on a personal level, because when I got the no, I was, you know, okay, sort of comfortable about that. But when I heard it was a little baby, I felt quite, I didn't feel very good about having to tell everybody that it was that one. But just before that, when I was making some notes of what you were talking about, I actually said that, you know, that I did want more growth opportunities to grow. I've just written that down. And I also said that it happened instantly, and I realised that for me that whole process just then was really valuable because it was a personal opportunity to take that challenge and move forward with it. But it was quite a challenge actually, which I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment, and I know you need to be respectful of the entities and whether or not they need to have this particular illness or what lessons they needed to learn. But I will tell you that the little baby that he's talking about, my grandbaby, that's now 5 years old and doing beautifully, that's a little miracle. Wouldn't be here today if it weren't for a large number of people like yourselves who sent him all that love and energy, because we had already known he had this problem, and Tom had a workshop to do in Calgary, and he used him as one of the targets in that workshop. And Tom had already known there was a problem. He wasn't accepting. And I tried to work on him, and I said, I don't feel like it's doing anything. Of course, I'm not nearly as good as Tom, but it just didn't seem to be working. But a lot of people worked on him, and that's what made the difference. And he is not only alive and doing well, but he has the sweetest, most loving personality. I've got 8 grandchildren, and they're all wonderful. But he's different in his personality than all the rest. So, you know, you guys could keep working on these people and keep sending them at least love, if not healing. And the other thing that my daughter and son-in-law did was they kept a blog, and they let people who were they gave it to people who were healing, so they could constantly find out how the child was doing. Which you need that if you want the evidence. You need feedback from, you know, are you making a difference or not?
Can I just also, I'm just mindful about what you've been talking about, which is being respectful of the entity's choices. And I just would like to understand that a bit more clearly, because for me, if the entity doesn't want to exist in that avatar, and then we go forward with the healing anyway, like is that still being respectful of their choice?
No. What I did when this was my grandson, and I started to heal him, and I noticed he was rejecting it. So then I had one of these heart-to-heart talks. He basically said, "This is not what this is not what I was trying to do. I was trying to do something else. This was unexpected. It's just one of those birth defects, I guess. It's kind of a random throw of the dice, the way things worked out." And he said, "I think I'd rather just start over." And I respected that. I said, "Okay." And from then on, I did not try to heal him. I let him be. And I would check in with him every once in a while, and I'd give him a little, love and peace, if you like, but not specifically healing, and have a little chat about how he was feeling and what was going on. But it wasn't until I had a lot of people at this workshop, and probably 5 or 6 of those were professional kind of healers. They all had worked on him, and I could see all of that energy around him. I could watch the energy as it would grow around him and go away. And he just got overwhelmed with that affection and with that love, to the point that he just said, "Okay, I'm in." That was what it was. But yes, I was respectful. I did not try to heal him against his will. I have tried before to heal people that really weren't supposed to be healed, and even they asked for healing. "Yes, please heal me," but it really wasn't what was going on with them. And then I've had them just find another way to do the same thing. It's just, so generally it doesn't pay. You heal them from one thing, and then they'll catch another or do another, and if you keep healing them from that, then eventually, they'll have an accident. So they are kind of determined that they will have their lesson one way or another.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That all makes perfect sense, actually.
Yeah. So no, I'd say you don't push. When it's time not to push, you have to let them go. They're individuals, they have free will. You don't want to override anybody else's free will. You find people, it was brought up at lunchtime, love can have a dimension of sadness to it. If you know people who are self-destructive, they're negative, they're angry all the time, they can only see the faults and the wrongs in the world, they're unhappy, and you know that they're making themselves that way because of their worldview, because of the way they're seeing reality. But these are people you really care for. You know, they're your children, they're your parents. You know, they're somebody you really care for, and you see this self-destructive behavior, and it's sad. Love can be sad. But it shouldn't be painful. And the difference is, sad is just sad because you'd wish them better than that. It's not painful because if your ego is not involved in it, then you realize that they are just wherever they are. They're in this evolutionary thing, and they're here, you know, maybe you're there, and they just haven't gotten that yet. Their viewpoint just isn't that big. They're struggling and doing the best they can with what they've got to work with. And that's just the way it is. So you have to let that go. And you don't feed it. When they're being negative, you smile, you give them a kiss and a hug and say, well, you know, have a nice day. And then you kind of leave them to stew in their own misery when that's what they choose to do. So you don't feed it. You don't tell them that you're wrong, you're making yourself ill. That doesn't help either. That just makes them feel worse. So you just have to realize it's their choice and respect that that's their choice and that they are going to live in that misery until they make better choices. And if they never make better choices, they've got another shot at it. Right after that avatar goes, they can go try it again in a different set of circumstances. And if that doesn't work, they can try it again, and eventually it will work, and they'll learn and they'll grow and they'll go out of it, and it's just part of the process. So you shouldn't be pained at other people's problems. Sad, yes, but not pain. You got to let people be. You have to let them make their own choices, and if those choices are poor, they deserve the consequences of poor choices. That's how you learn. And that makes it easier when you run into people with bad behavior. Instead of getting angry, just have some empathy and then have some compassion. People who make bad choices and are angry are not living a happy life. They are not happy campers. They are living in pain, they're living in misery, they're very unhappy. And to criticize them or, oh, so-and-so, such a jerk, that kind of negativity, that's your problem. That's your ego, that's your fear, you see. And there's no need to heap that on, because as you pass that to them, that feeds their negativity as they get that message from you. So the best thing to do is just have compassion. Poor guy, poor woman, wow, they must really have a hard life. Glad I'm not doing that. I wish they weren't either, but that's their choice. And then let it go. So this shouldn't be painful, but it can be sad, very sad. Okay, gentleman in the blue shirt had a hand up. Pass that over.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I was just wondering, how can we have, random events, like a random sickness, in a benevolent, sort of ordered reality?
Okay, we have randomness because this is a probabilistic reality. The way things happen when you take a measurement of something. Now, a measurement, I'm seeing that in the metaphorical measurement. You open up a refrigerator door, you just take a measurement because you see what's in there. That's a measurement. So when you sense something, see something, required data in your data stream, that's a measurement. When you take a measurement, there's several ways that measurement might come out, several possibilities. You pull open the door of the refrigerator, you may have beer in your refrigerator, you may not. You may have leftovers or you may not. There's a lot of things. And if you got as much stuff in your refrigerator as I do, you really don't know what all those things are in there. Some of them you're even afraid to, look at anymore. But, so when you open, there's a measurement. And there's this list of probabilities of what's in there. And when the door's open, random draw is taken of those probabilities. All right, there's things that have been in there for months and I don't even remember them. There's not necessarily a reason why they'd still be there when I open the door the next time. They may just disappear, you see. Or there may be fewer of them or less of them, or they may be more or less rotten. All of that's in the noise. It's gotten uncertain because I don't look at it every day and take a picture, that I can look at my picture and say, oh yeah, that's the way it was. Uncertainty creeps in with time. And as uncertainty creeps in, then the probabilities get more and more possibilities of what it might be when you really do look at it. So we have randomness all the time. When a scientist looks through a telescope at the universe, he'll see something. Could be 1,000 things out there. Random draw from all those 1,000 possibilities, and that's the one he sees. Now the guy that looks next to him in just the next piece of space, he has to find something that's consistent with that piece of space because they're right next to each other. You see? So that's the way the world works. Lots of randomness. Now besides that, there's all of us IUOCs that are interacting with each other. Everybody has free will. So you got all these people with free will making their own decisions. We're bound to bang into each other a lot. We're bound to cause each other trouble, punch each other's buttons, you know, pull each other's strings and make each other angry just because of all these people with free will. That free will is not predetermined. It's just at the moment, that's the choice they make. So there's that kind of randomness going on. Also, if you know, you walk into whatever, you know, you walk in a door and somebody just came through that door that went and then opened the door, you know, and then you walk right behind them, maybe 30 seconds or a minute later, and you go have that door handle, and the next thing you're going is like that because you have lits there on the side of your nose, and now you've just snuffed up about 10,000, you know, bacteria or whatever that guy had on his hand. So you get the same thing that he got. That's just random. Now, if you really need that illness, it may not be random. You may get this nudge that says, you need to go through that door, or now's the time, or that guy with the illness, maybe he's there just before you. It could be nudged, but most of that sort of thing's just random. It just happens. You needed to go to that place wherever that door's connected to, and so did he. He got there 30 seconds before you did, and it's all random because you got a red light and he didn't, and you end up sick. That's different than getting sick because you've had a whole string of really bad choices, which have created a lot of stress, and that stress starts to tear your body apart, and you get ill. And what you need to do is just let go and stop trying to control so much, and let go of that stress. And that sickness may just force you to do that, because now you're lying in bed, you can't get up, you're dependent, you're not in control of anything, you see. People have to wait on you, have to help you to the bathroom and all this. That's a good lesson in being in control. You see, so lots of randomness here. This is not a, you know, a predestined environment. You have free will, and you have a lot of, you know, what they called in physics when you had the we're talking about gases and had Brownian motion. That's all the little molecules of the gas. They all bump into each other, and that's why you have equal pressure all over the sides of the bottle, because these little molecules are all just going every which random direction, and on the average, you know, they're hitting every place sort of symmetrically. It's not like they all hit on one side of the bottle so the bottle falls over and there's none of them hitting the other side. They're all spread all out. It's called Brownian motion, particles just every which way, and they learned about that with smoke. They put in smoke in a bottle, and they noticed that the little particles of smoke were just jiggling like this all the time, all over. And that's because there were things hitting them. They were all hitting each other. Well, that's the way this is with us IUOCs. It's social Brownian motion. There's just people bouncing you this way, bouncing you that way, pulling this string, pushing that button, you know, making your life difficult, making your life miserable, making your life joyful, making your life complete, you know, and you're running into all that. That's why interaction with people is where the rubber meets the road. That's where you learn, because that's where you get challenged the most. It's interactions with people. And sometimes a yogi or somebody will go live in a cave for 10 years, or go live become a hermit in the woods. And they may do some deep meditation, and they may grow some way out of that, but they're missing the most rich part of their opportunity to really get rid of their fear and ego. My guess is if you pull them out of the cave a decade later and put them on the streets of Sydney or on the streets of New York City, they wouldn't be on that street more than 5 minutes before they get angry at somebody for something. because that's the nature of a big city, you see.
I take your point, but still, if I can go up to that door handle that the person was there previously,
Mhm.
you know, with the
Right.
cold, and I can just pick that up and come down with a disease
You can.
just because it was random. It doesn't say there's much of a benevolent, just reality.
Yeah, well, yes, it does. This reality, you know, the larger conscious system isn't your nanny. The larger conscious system isn't, you know, your mother either. You're here to experience, and the richer the experience, the better. Catching cold and getting ill is part of the experience of being here. Now, it's not all completely random, because let's say in your mind you have this idea that I'm healthy, I'm not going to get sick. I'm a healthy person. You've got this health-centered focus. You can grab that handle and then rub your eyes or sniff your hand or whatever, and you won't get sick, because you've set up a condition that says, I'm not going to get sick. And if somebody sneezes in your face or whatever, you just say, I'm not going to get sick, and you don't. There are people who haven't had a cold for 20 years. They just don't get sick. Not that they've never been exposed in 20 years. They just don't catch the cold because they've got a real positive intent about their health. But there's other people who don't have really a major intent about anything. They just go through life however it is. They get exposed to something. The bacteria can grow in their nasal passage. They get sick. So what the larger conscious system does is giving us an opportunity to have experience, all kinds of experience, because all kinds of experience give us opportunities to grow up and learn, whether it's painful or not.
Answer. Yeah, I can accept that as a good answer.
So it's just experience. Sometimes your car is a flat tire. It's not because the larger conscious system isn't paying attention and doesn't like you. It's just that stuff happens and you have to deal with it, right? So that's what makes it such a rich learning lab, is there's so much stuff that just happens. So we have a constant flow of things to deal with. When you go sit in a cave by yourself, your flow of things you have to deal with narrows down to just a set of a few things. You have to find food, you have to stay warm, you have a few things you have to deal with, but you don't have the kind of stuff you have to deal with when you're walking around here on the streets of Sydney. There's lots of things to deal with. You have your in-laws and your outlaws and your children and your parents and the people next door with the loud dog that barks all night long, and on and on and on and on. Your boss, your boss's boss, just all this stuff, and you have to deal with it. That's what makes this such a valuable place. So it's not that the system isn't benevolent. It's very benevolent, but the system isn't going to take care of you and make sure your life is happy. That's not the point. The system wants to give you experience, and you get to make choices. And whether your life's happy or not depends on your choices, not on the system taking care of you. Yes.
Hi, Tom. I just want to ask further about that. Thinking about children who are abused over long term by a perpetrator, like sexual abuse and stuff. You would put those events under what you're saying, they're random events, so you would put those situations under that also?
Most of them are. Most of them are under stuff happens. There's a lot of, there are a lot of predators among us humans. There are people who hurt other people, sometimes purposefully, sometimes just for their own greed or their own gain or their own sexual interests or whatever. So we have people like that, negative people who are not grown up very much, angry people, hurt people. So there are people like that, and that's part of what we live with too, is that negative side. We have to live with that. And sometimes, you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. It's one of those things. Yes, stuff happens, even if it happens to children. It does. And then the point is, you have to deal with it. The child has to deal with it, the parents have to deal with it, the perpetrator deals with it, and everybody that's involved with that has some lessons to learn somewhere in this process of dealing with it. And
so do you believe there, and I hear that you don't believe in this, do you believe in karma, that this person who's doing these horrid deeds or clubbing people over the head or whatever, that they somehow down the road somehow pay for that?
Yeah,
in some
what
way.
they do pay for it, but not in a tit for tat kind of way. Yes, karma is, I think, often overstated. The way it works naturally is that you don't get to evolve. You don't get to go to the next level, if you will, until you've completed the level you're on. You know, if I put it in gaming parlance, you don't grow up until you've learned your lessons. And there's no pass. It's not like, well, I'm 35 years old, I want to get out of kindergarten. Well, if you can't color inside the lines, I'm sorry. You're 35 years old or 50 years old, you're not going to graduate because you haven't done the work. Well, that's the way it is. So the karma, if you make bad choices, what happens, those bad choices sink you lower in the process. So here's the evolution process. You're going up these levels, you keep growing, you get more and more love. Oh, you make some real bad decisions. Back down you go, you start to get down the hole. Now, next lifetime, here's where you are, right here. Not up here where you were, 10 years earlier. You're here. Here's where you start. Now you got to work your way back out of that hole. So the more you make bad decisions, the deeper you sink into the de-evolution. The farther you have to re-evolve to get back to where you were. So yes, there is no free lunch in a sense. You don't grow up just because you've been trying a long time. You don't even get points for really trying. You get points for success. You get points for good choices, and that's it. So yes, if you have an individual, they do a lot of bad choices and bad things. The karma is that it hurts them. They de-evolve, and now their life is a little tougher. They start out at a little lower place, and that's their punishment, not that they have to, be robbed or raped or killed or something has to happen to them because they robbed, raped, or killed somebody here. That's too specific. It doesn't work tit for tat. But there is a karma in that you make really good decisions. Well, next time you come in, you start up here. Make more good decisions, and next time you start up here. So it's more of a positive. Positive builds on the positive.
Just one more quickly, and you may not want to answer this right now. I want to know what proof you have of reincarnation.
What proof?
Yes.
Okay, reincarnation is a fundamental piece of the overall logic for the My Big Toe model. Okay, so as I'm making this model and trying to figure out how all the pieces go together and fit all the points, you get to the point that it's about consciousness, it's about evolution, it's about growing up. Well, learning and growing up has to be cumulative. It can't be one shot. It has to accumulate. Any learning is cumulative. You don't get to start in 8th grade. You have to start in kindergarten. Then you have to go to first. You have to accumulate your knowledge so the time you get to algebra, you can count and add and subtract first. See, it's a cumulative thing you gain. All learning is like that. You don't just, all right, that's graduate school. I flunked 3rd grade and now I'm doing graduate school. Doesn't work. So if that's the case and you're needing to become love, which is a very hard process of a lot of choices, you need to have an accumulative process. That's necessary. Otherwise, what's the point of this virtual reality learning lab if it's not accumulation of quality of consciousness? Well, then there is no point. Well, if there's really no point in the reality, then why would it be here? And then there becomes really no point in consciousness because consciousness is evolving. That's kind of the underlying dynamic, the whole thing. And evolution is a cumulative process. All these processes of growth are all cumulative process. Evolution doesn't take jumps either. It goes one step at a time. The next one's dependent on the last one. So it accumulates. Now, so then reincarnation falls out of that because it's a necessary, logical part of this whole evolutionary thing. Otherwise, you don't have evolution in your model, it's something else. And evolution had to fit in the model, otherwise the model wouldn't do what it does. Now, the thing that made me feel a little more certain about it, and I wouldn't call any of it proof, there is no proof. Proof has to do with how much alcohol's in whiskey, and it has to do with logic problems and math problems. But other than that, there's only evidence, not proof. So the evidence is that I take this MBT theory, of which reincarnation is part of the evolutionary process, which is necessary to justify everything else downstream, then that's those same principles let me do better physics. And now with physics, your evidence is in the experiments. Do the experiments come out the way you say that they should from your theory? So you got a theory, you predict these results. Is that the results you get in the lab when that conditions are met? Well, in that case, they do, and they did. Okay, you do the theory, and here's what way this ought to work, and it works that way when they measure it. So it makes me feel a little better. See, when I tell you don't believe anything that I say, just hold it with open-minded skepticism, I tell myself that too. I don't believe anything I say either, you see? That's not the point. It's not a belief. As soon as it's a belief, you're locked in, you're stopped, you're not going to learn anything else. So, my experience that I've had, tells me that this model is a pretty good model, and I'll give it maybe a 99.7 or maybe a 98.2 or something in there. But there may be things I don't know and things that I will learn. So you don't know. So I would never say I have proof of any of it, because my probability never gets to 1. It's always some other information that I don't know that I might find out someday. So there's no proof. But if I can take the same logical structure that gives me the theory of consciousness that MBT is based on, and I can take that and do better physics with it, I get a warm, fuzzy feeling inside that I'm probably pretty close to the way reality might work, at least with my metaphors. I don't get trapped into thinking my metaphors are real things, they're just metaphors. So because that works, because the physics works, and the metaphysics work, and everything else that I try to test it works, then so I put it a 97 or a 98 or something, because everything seems to work. So that's my proof, if you will. That's my reason for adding reincarnation to it, because it's logically necessary for the whole thing to hang together, and the whole thing not only hangs together but does good physics. So, but no, no proof at all. Proof I don't think is likely to occur in almost anything anymore. It's just, does this fit your experience? So your experience is different than my experience. So you have to ask that question based on your experience. Does this model fit your experience? And if the answer is no, then I'd say let the model go. Follow your own experience. Your experience is your truth. That's why I say don't believe what I say. You gotta follow your own truth and your own experience. So if reincarnation seems like a really dumb idea to you, then toss that part out. If it seems like a good idea to you, then add that part in, you see. So that's the way it has to work. So I don't mind if people say, I think that's bogus, I throw that away. And I go, sure, good. That's what you should do. If it seems bogus to you, toss it out. It's not going to help you. You have to base it on your own experience. I'm not insulted in the slightest when people reject parts of the theory. They should reject them if they don't have any experience to back them up, or maybe they shouldn't reject them. They should keep them maybe down at that 20% probability instead of the 80%. Because I never get the ones, a probability of 1. I almost never get the probability of 0 either, because almost anything can happen, particularly in an information system. A digital information system can do almost anything. So when somebody comes up with some really weird thing, and I hear a lot of weird things because I'm a weird guy, and people send me weird stories because they figure I'm the only person they know that might understand it and not think that they were crazy. So I hear a lot of strange stories. And I don't give them probabilities of 0 at all. I know a lot of strange things happen. But in a virtual reality, it's computed reality. When you compute a reality, anything can happen. In the margins, not in general, but in the margins. I hear a lot of very strange stories, but this is this very strange reality that we live in. It's got rules, but sometimes the rules get broken, particularly if psi uncertainty says it's okay because there's not too many people involved. I know people who are driving a car down a highway at middle of the noontime. They're wide awake, had a good night's sleep. They're going to grandma's house, to deliver a basket or something. And as they go, a car with 2 older people in it just run right through a stop sign, pull right out in front of them. They hit them broadside, a flash of light. They find themselves on the other side of the car. Everything's whole. Everybody's alive. They look in the rearview mirror, and the old couple is pulling on across the street and going up the other side. They're so shaken that they pull off the side of the road and sit there and shake for 5 minutes before they get back onto the road. But they tell me that story, and I ask them questions like, were you meditating at the time that this happened? Did you get a good night's sleep? Had you had too many martinis at lunch? And you can ask them these, and no, these are intelligent people, entirely sober. And no, it was the middle of the day. No, I was clear-headed. That's exactly what happened. And the thing is, I've heard this from at least 6 or 7 different people that similar things happen. You see? So strange things happen in this reality. Really strange things that there's no explanation. But then I remember my son played Age of Empires. Age of Empires was a game Microsoft put out, 15, 20 years ago. And it was a development, an evolution game where you started out mining things and you build up your technology, and it went, and then there were several groups that were evolving in this game. And your idea was to, of course, dominate them all and rule the world, right? That's what we teach our children. That's the end game, grow up and dominate the world. So you had to get to the technology before they did, or they'd come, kill you. And so he was in this game, and he wasn't doing very well. And there was a couple of other players that were doing a lot better than him. And he played us a whole lot, and he knew a cheat. So he goes in, he says, "Watch this, Dad." And he goes in, he types a couple of things, and you know what turned up in his world? A Mercedes-Benz with a nuclear weapon launcher in the back seat. That was a cheat code. He pointed it at his adversary, his strongest adversary, pushed the button, and they were nuked. They were destroyed. The whole civilization was just wiped out. And then he did it to the next one and the next one. And then he said, "I win." So, if you can materialize a Mercedes-Benz with a rocket launcher in the back seat, you can do anything.
Just a quick
And that
question.
was just in a virtual, that was a game that he was playing, but there were these little cheats in there that the people who made the game thought were cute. So, a bunch of kids make these games mostly. These aren't 70-year-olds that are making these games. These are 20-year-olds that are making the games, and they play as they go. So that little cheat code was left in there, and if you knew how to trigger it, you could. So think about a virtual reality. Anything can happen. And in special occasions, probably everything does. Under special occasions. It just wasn't time for that old couple to go, and it wasn't time for this particular person to go. So the system just fixed it. That's the benevolent system there, you see. It just fixed it. But now, had there been a lot of cameras set up because they were doing things, or a lot of people standing by, so it was all on a record, bang. It would have had to have been a crash, because now they'd had a problem with psi uncertainty. So it would have been a different thing. Now it was stuff happens and you have to deal with it time, you see. So lots of weird things happen in this reality.
Just a continuation on the weird stories. What do you make of the UFO and alien phenomenon?
Well, I think mostly that is happening in consciousness space. It's happening how's the way to say this? Because we think of this reality as fundamental, but we're getting a data stream. It's real easy for the conscious system to add a little extra data to our stream. Okay? So we experience it as consciousness. It's a real experience for us, just as real as the rest of this. It's just our interpretation of the data in the data stream. So it's not like it's particularly foggy or hazy or something, it's just there. Well, I think sometimes aliens slip into our data stream just to say things aren't as buttoned down and you know, what do we say, you know, materialistic. They're not as controlled as you think. There's a lot of strange stuff going on in this world. It's a bigger reality than you thought. You know, open your doors a little bit, think some bigger thoughts. So I think some of it is like that. Now, could it show that to a group of people? Sure, it could. 5 of you together, you may all see the same flying saucer and the little green people with pointy ears. You might not. If it's just 1 or 2 people, then it's more likely. If it's hundreds and hundreds of people, probably won't happen, you see. But it happens as those little groups now and then. Things like crop circles, right? You look at crop circles. And the problem is that scientists have gone there and they looked at them and they say these things are real things. They happen in a very short period of time, like overnight. Yeah, they take up, you know, 5 acres of land, very intricate designs. They happened overnight, less than 24 hours. When the sun comes up, you got 7 acres in some kind of ornate pattern. Nobody heard anything, nobody saw anything. It's hard to imagine how that happened, right? Oh, a bunch of the locals got out, you know, and made this, right. They just changed 7 acres of foliage into a very intricate pattern in the middle of the night with no lights and didn't talk. Never communicated with each other, you know. So the scientists are baffled. They say, we don't know. They found little residues of something or other on the bent stalks of the thing, like there'd been heat involved with it. So they found this sort of thing, and that was a part of it. All the ones that were like that had this, where they bent, those little parts of residues where they looked like there was too much heat. Well, how does that happen? Well, what we do, we say there's no explanation, right? Probably not people, probably not us humans doing it because it's too big, too broad, too complicated. Just laying out that design. Can you imagine 100 people all having to cooperate with that kind of precision in the dark without making any noise? No, that's not going to happen. So what is it then? Well, what's the only choice? What else? Aliens. Aliens did it. See, there's no other logical explanation. So that's the thing we jump to. In my mind, the larger consciousness system did it. Why did it do it? It's a wake-up call. It's just another one of those things that happen to people to announce that this reality is bigger and stranger than you think. Open your mind. Push back the blinders you have on. Open your mind. Got to think out of the box. Strange things happen here. So I think it's something just that easy or that simple. And you know, a bunch of stalks of plants bent over compared to a Mercedes-Benz with a rocket launcher is nothing. You know, that's not hard. It's just computed. You can change it to compute it easily. So a lot of things are like that, and that happens individually. See, that's kind of a group phenomena. But individually, people have amazing experiences. And if you do a survey of people in general and say, have you ever experienced anything paranormal? It's something like 78% say yes. Most people have experienced things like that. Well, I've talked to people who said the phone rang once, they picked up the phone and it was their mother talking to them. The only problem was their mother died 2 weeks ago. But it was their mother, it was their mother's voice. And they were so shocked that they immediately slammed the phone back down. And then they picked it up and they got a dial tone. And then it was, oh no, you know, I blew that situation, didn't I? So, but those things happen to people, to individuals. Early on when I was writing my book, it was an electrical engineer who was a very hard-headed engineer, didn't believe in any of this woo-woo stuff, had a dream one night about an airplane. And he saw this plane flying. He was like an out-of-body. He was there in the plane. He looked at all the people. He knew the plane. He was kind of a plane guy, so he knew, you know, who made what planes and when they made them. He could look at an airplane and tell you all about it. He recognized the plane, the type, the manufacturer, saw the people, and everybody in the plane was in black and white except one little girl. She was in color. And they were all sitting in there. He saw them very clearly. He could have told you what clothes they were wearing, you know, the kind of people that were, and so on. And that was a dream. And he thought that was really a weird dream. The next day, a plane crashed. Everybody was killed but one little girl. So he right away looked up the data. What kind of plane was it? Oh, it was exactly the same plane that he had been in the night before. Same make, same model. How many passengers were there? And he kind of counted from his memory as the same passengers were there, about the same. So everything fit perfectly what he had seen. And the little girl in color was the one that survived. So that changed his whole life. After that, he started going to the internet, you know, looking for answers. He went from an engineer that already knew everything, knew all about reality, to a guy that didn't know anything and was really interested in finding out. That's how he came across my stuff, and we got talking with each other. So the conscious system will give these kinds of experiences to people individually just as a wake-up call, because they're ready. They're ready to seek. They're ready to go out and look for things. They just need something to get them off dead center going. And I think it sometimes does it collectively, like in crop circles, where it'll do something that is kind of collective. But the science certainty principle says there's always got to be plausible deniability, right? Huh? Science.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Person has a mic.
Ah, okay.
Okay. With the reincarnation discussion, when you're reborn into another, the next reality or whatever, the next body, you could be in a different PMR, couldn't you?
You could.
Yeah. So
You could be in a
just
different PMR,
Yeah.
some other place, a different reality frame, for those of you who are not used to PMR as an acronym. A completely different reality frame, different physical universe. You could be. Probably you won't be, because just like anything else, you tend to go to where you know how it works, right? You gravitate to the situation where you have familiarity. So mostly you kind of stick with the same PMR because you kind of know how it works in that PMR. A new PMR, you got to spend some time just figuring out how it works. What's that like? So we tend to go back as we get invested in our knowledge of knowing a thing instead of starting over, but you can go to a different PMR. And you always have free will. If somebody says, well, time to go back, you can say, nope, not going back, not there, take me someplace else. And they'll tell, okay. And they'll still try to place you someplace that gives you the challenges you need to know. So you have complete free will all the time. The system never forces you to accept anything. The system helps you find a good place to reincarnate to, you know, a good position, a good seat in the game, something that will help you with the things you need to learn. And you really don't have the tools to do that. It does. So it puts you in a place where there's a good probability that you can succeed, because it wants you to, but things can change. You know, that may all turn out bad. You know, what looked like it was good, choices could be made, random stuff can happen, and it may go haywire, but still, stuff happens and you get to deal with it.
Just to get it straight in my head, so when you visit a non-physical matter reality, to the inhabitants of that reality, that's their physical matter reality, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and they can come and visit us.
Yeah, there's nothing fundamental about physical and not physical. Whichever one you're in is the one that seems physical, and whichever ones you're not in are the ones that seem non-physical. So if you're an elf, the World of Warcraft is a physical reality. If you're a player, it's a virtual reality. You see? So if we consider ourselves a body, then this body lives in a physical universe. If we consider ourselves consciousness, we're a player in a virtual reality game. So it just depends on your point of view. When you're in your dream, you're physical. When you're not in your dream and you're awake, that dream world is non-physical. Yeah, there's nothing fundamental about physical or non-physical. Physical is whatever reality you're in seems physical to you. When you're out of body, that seems physical to you. You see and touch and smell and hear things. And this reality, which you're no longer connected to, is non-physical.
I want to circle back to some of your comments before, and want to ask a question related, first of all, to cultural connection. How you said that we live in times of materialism, and how we are disconnected from our roots and connected to our material world. At the same time, you mentioned, and I couldn't agree more, that our best opportunity to grow is by interacting with other people. Yeah. We know that there are so many interactions we're going through these days, and my personal problem is that there are some interactions that has to be rejected along the way. And how, from your personal experience, how do you, which interactions you reject and which one do you accept? And that relates to the fact when you want to be always a nice guy, or what kind of criteria do you choose when choosing the interactions within people and opportunities to grow?
You should look at the biggest picture that you're capable of looking at and coming to some kind of guess, your best estimate of what is the low entropy path. So the choices that you make need to be low entropy for you, in the sense you're growing, so you're a part of that, but they also should be low entropy for everybody else. Okay, so you don't want to overrun anybody else's free will. So you don't want to make choices that, override people's free will. Those are not good choices. You don't want to make choices just based on self-centeredness. This is good for me. I don't care how anybody else, fares in this deal. It's good for me. Those are bad choices. So what's left of the good choices? The good choices are, how can I optimize entropy reduction, not only for myself, but for everybody else I interact with? How can I do that? Well, that doesn't always mean you're going to be a nice guy. Sometimes you can be a not nice guy. That'll optimize entropy. So that's called tough love. Sometimes you need to say no, and I mean no. Sometimes you need to say, whatever, I'll try to help. That just depends on the situation. There's a time to say no and a time not to. There's a time to pick up, your weapons and fight, and there's a time to turn the other cheek. It just depends on the situation. And you have to make that assessment. What is the low entropy path here for me? What is the right thing to do, the best thing to do? And often you won't have a sure answer. You do the best you can with what you got. You make your decision. You let the chips fall where they may, and then you learn from it. You may get to the other side and say, oh, I should have done that differently. This was not the low entropy path. I didn't realize that we're going to be hurt that way and whatever. And now you learn something. And you go on. Now that you've learned it, you'll do it better next time. That's the point. So you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the knowledge to, do the calculation of all the entropy changes of everybody that'll interact with everybody. That's impossible. Do your best though, and then let the chips fall, and then learn what you can learn from your experience. 30, 40 years later, you've got a whole lot of experience and a whole lot of learning, you see, and now you're much better off. When you're only 20-something, you're guessing most of the time because you don't have a whole lot of experience. You don't have a whole lot of background in what happens and, what do they call unintended consequences. You don't think so much about that. So it's just a matter of growing up. It takes a long time. Don't feel like you can't make a decision because you're not sure it's the right one. Make the best one you can, and always be open to the possibility it could have been better had you just seen other things that were connected. And then you'll learn. Next time you'll do better. And you don't have to regret what you did. You did the best you could when you were there. It's not like you look back at that and say, oh, I feel so bad about that. You might say, oh, I could see I really messed that up. Now here's why I messed it up. I was so self-focused, I didn't notice about these other connections, these other relationships I had that weren't important to me, but I was important to them. And when I did this, it caused them a whole lot of pain. It was unnecessary because I could have done it another way, would have been even better. So you'll learn from it. Don't feel guilty about it. Always go forward. Don't spend your time going backward. Okay, we're going to look at remote viewing in the future, in the present, and in the past. We're going to remote view in all three of those areas, just so you know that you can do that. You're not limited to just looking at things that are here. Okay, here's going to be a remote view in the future. I'm going to walk up to this board with a piece of chalk and I'm going to draw something right here. What is it that I'm going to draw? Now you can do this a couple of ways. You can just try to intuit the picture. Remember, it's the very first thing you get. Or you can, in your mind, watch me draw it. Or you can watch me saying, and here it is, and then look at it. So there's all sorts of ways that you can do it, but do it, get the immediate thing. Remember, it's quick. Instantly, you'll get something. Grab that. That's what you want to write down, or that's what you want to remember. And and then I'll do it immediately. I'll give you, how much time do you need? A minute? 2 minutes? Okay, 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute. So, okay, what is it that I'm going to draw on this board in just 1 minute? Go ahead and work on that. And when you're done, just open your eyes so I know you're done. Okay, got a few seconds to finish up. All right. Here's what I'm going to draw. That's what I'm going to draw. Now, seeing that picture, you might have gotten just up, because that's what that says. That says up that way. So it may have been directional for you. You may have gotten a picket fence. You may have gotten trees, pine trees in a forest, right? There's a lot of things you might have gotten that has this as the fundamental architectural element of whatever it is you got. So how many people got something that looked like that was a hit, see? A lot of people. Oh, a whole lot of people. Oh, good. You guys are good. All right. All right. Now, when you practice these things on your own, you'll be making up targets. Some of the easiest targets to get are things that have kind of simple architectural elements in them, symmetry, patterns. So these are kind of good sorts of targets. Some of my favorite targets are things like an apple core, which is a circle with metal and all the little lines going around it that you push down on an apple to core it. Things like that. I was told once by a guy who did a lot of this that fish and people go after shiny things. So shiny things help, but it's just fine on a board. All right, we're going to do this one again, another future one. I'm going to draw a second picture on the board. Take a minute and see what it is I'm going to draw. Okay, here's what it is I'm going to draw. That's what I'm going to draw. Now, that could be a hole, that could be a tunnel, that could be just concentric circles with the one in the middle colored in. That could be a sun. You know, people draw the sun like that with the thing centered and the stuff going out. It could be like an explosion, could be a donut, I don't know. There's lots of things that could be. So, see, what happens is that we get the data, and then we try to turn it into something. So we turn it into a sun or a donut or something like that because that's our nearest pattern match. We go look for a pattern match. Get the data, look for a pattern match. So that's why we see all kinds of things and don't just say, oh, it's 3 concentric circles with the center one colored in. Instead we say, oh, that's a tunnel or a sun shining in a... Okay, who got that one right? Something, huh? Yeah.
That was the very first thing I saw on the first exercise. And
yeah. Did I not tell you that we would have that? They said, yeah, I got it right, but out of order. Yeah, it happens all the time. That has to do with usually sloppy intent. Wait a minute, we got hands up. We need to be getting mics to these people.
It could have also been that you were thinking about both of them at the same time.
No, I just thought about them as I got to them. But we're going to do one that I am thinking about as I do it, which is going to be one that is not in the future, but that'll be like in the present. You'll have to see it as I make it.
I was completely wrong. I said star, but then when you said sun, well, the sun's a star, so
yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah. It just depends on association. Really, it's like that because you're pattern matching. And what does that remind you of? That's the pattern, you see, that you get. So sometimes you'll get kind of strange things, and then you'll write down what your pattern match was, but that was the data. And a lot of times people will say, oh, I got that, but that didn't seem to be anything, so I got something else, and they miss it because that's the first thing that comes to them. All right, now the next one, I'm going to draw a picture, and you can get it as I draw it. So this is going to be something that's taking place here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to use this sneaky board right here to do it because this sneaky board has hinges. And you won't know what it is. I'm going to draw it, and you can tell me what it is, and then after you've all gotten your answers, I'll turn the board back around and we'll see. Okay? All right. What have I done back there? So give you a little more time now that it's done? Okay. And I'll bet that the ones that get parts of it will get the very first part that I did because I've been telling you, take the first things that come in your mind. So the first element of it that I drew, you'll get. And then after that, catch as catch can. And how many of you would say, I got the box. See, I got the center box. See, that's what I first did, and as I did it, you got it, and then that was it. You were done, right? You got the box. That is a very fat horse drawn by, say, somebody that's 4 years old. That's a children's stick figure. Could be a dog, you know, could.
I've got a house, right? And that's a house because it's
Yeah.
stilts and you've got an American flag.
You got it.
A house on stilts with an American
Yeah,
flag.
you got it. See, that would work too. It's pattern match. Yeah, that works perfectly as well. It's just a pattern match.
Yes, that's what you did.
Is that what you got last time? Yeah, yeah. So. Yeah. So that, yeah, sort of a horse anyway. Yeah. A critter of some sort. Stick horse. But the thing is, you want to keep things simple, so they just have very simple architectural kind of lines in it. And the one I thought most people that were going to get it would get that, the rectangle, the big box in the middle, because that was the first thing that came out loud and clear. And the rest of it's kind of details that change it from just a box to a critter of some sort. Okay. Now, so that was in the present. Now we got one that's going to be in the past. So we did two in the future, one here as I drew it, and in the past. This is going to have a lot of parts to it, so you can just kind of get them as I read them. They can just pop into your mind. Okay, this is about Richard Feynman. Richard Feynman was a very good quantum theorist. He is now deceased. He was quite famous. He played a musical instrument. Sometimes would go join musical groups with his musical instrument. What was it? What did he play? Second? You don't have to draw it. You just remember it, and I'm going to do a bunch of these. And you can draw it if you want. If the image comes to you, draw it down, but I'm going to write a bunch of these. What did he play? What was it? When did he die? And of what? So when did he die and of what? At what age? And what day? You can do a health scan if you want to diagnose the problem, to find out what he died of. Do the same kind of diagnosis that we do. You can do it on people long dead if you want. It's just information you're getting out of the database. Okay, so it's what Richard Feynman, what musical instrument did he play? When did he die? Of what? At what age? What day? And you can do a health scan if you want to diagnose what the problem was. I see people still working. Okay, here's the answer. Richard Feynman was born in 1918. He played the bongo drums. If you saw two circles, or even a big circle, because if you saw drums, you just may get the drum image of a kind of a circle. He died in 1918 on a Monday night in Los Angeles of abdominal cancer, and he was 69 years old. He died on February the 17th, 1988. This is a real hard one. What? What day? Monday. This is a real difficult one. This is very precise information. This isn't an architectural type or form. Very precise information. Surprisingly, when I did this in New Zealand last week, we had people that got 69 years old, got the date, 1988, and a whole bunch got the abdominal cancer. Yeah, so I was surprised. I really expect most people to strike out on this because this is really hard. This is a tough one. Bongo drums would have been the easiest part of it. What the instrument was, you could have gotten a long line, like maybe a flute or a clarinet. Did you? Yeah, he played the bongo drums. So did anybody get any of this? Yeah, what'd you get?
I got, he died at 69.
69?
Yeah.
Monday. Drum, you got the drum? 69 of cancer. So see, that's pretty good. This is hard. You folks that, yes. 1920, and it was 1988. Oh, he was born in 1918. Yeah, he was born in 1918. That's pretty close. So see, a lot of people just picked up bits and pieces. Nobody got it all, which is, it's really remarkable that anybody got any of it. I mean, when you got Monday and 69, I mean, what's the probability of all the numbers that there are that you pick 69, right? So,
Tell me, if you did a group thing like this, and you put everybody's answers on the thing, would if you did a group thing like this, and you asked 6 questions, I think it was, and if you put all the answers to the 6 questions, would the averages lent towards the right answers? In other words, would more people have got it right than just
I don't know
chance?
about averages linking to the right answer. Maybe that would work out. But you know, in something like this, when there's such a large selection, like, you know, at what age did he die?
Sure.
Okay, we know that he was an adult. It wasn't a child because I told you he's a famous physicist.
Sure.
You don't get to be famous when you're a physicist until you're at least, you know, 30 or 40, right? So it was going to someplace between 30, 40, and probably no physicist lives to 110 or anything like that because they're too cranky to live that long. So you kind of narrowed it down, but there's a lot of numbers between 35 and 100.
That's right, but what I meant was, say Monday, I got Monday.
Yeah.
But I had 1 in 7 chance of getting it right.
Right, you have 1 in 7.
So if there's 49 people in here, would the answer is 7 people will choose Monday. 7 sevens are 49, right?
Yeah.
Just statistically.
I don't know. You'd have to do that a lot with a lot of
yeah.
different people. You know, you'd have to do that experiment a whole bunch.
In other words, is group think better
Yeah.
and more accurate than individuals? That's
Yeah. I don't know. It'd be an interesting experiment.
Hmm.
It'd be a very interesting experiment. But that anybody gets it right is kind of, you know, unexpected. This is very precise information. Bongo drums is not like everybody's idea of what an instrument is, right? That's kind of out on the edge of instruments. So to come up with that, you really had to have gotten it out of the database. That's not likely. That's what you'd come up with. The 69's not that likely to come up with. Certainly the 1988 or the rest of those things, they're real. Now the stomach cancer, that's maybe easier to come up with because you could do the diagnosis. See, now you have a tool for diagnosing that, so you could bring it up and see the gingerbread cookie and see the problem here in the middle. So that's because you have a tool, you know how to do that. You could probably develop tools to do these other things too. If you had a tool that had all the numbers on it, and you looked at all the numbers from 35 to 100, and looked at, you wanted the one that was right to be red. Oh, you'd see the red spot and you'd hone in on it and there it would be. You see, that's a tool now for picking the number. So you can generate tools that help you do these things. And the people who are really good at it have a lot of tools and they've practiced a long time. But to just pick that out of the sky as a 69 or bongo drums, that's pretty good. People are accessing the database. And the key point, there's a lot of people who didn't get it, but that's not the point. The point is that you don't have to do rituals. You can sit, you can come back after lunch, sit down here, you know, have a couple of laughs and talk about things and then, oh, yeah, let's go do this and bingo. Get it, see? And all you have to do is have the idea that that's possible. And it's not unique to those individuals, it's possible for anybody. Now it's a matter of practice, finding the tools. So that's...
I just wanted to ask Tom, Isn't there a lot of different ways people could have gotten that information? You've got it written on the piece of paper, you've thought about it beforehand,
Yes.
you spoke about it after the, you know,
Exactly.
after we wrote it down. So there's lots of different ways. they
Lots
could
of
access
different
that
ways.
information.
And they find one of the more powerful ways is go and look at the time in the future when it's going to be displayed. In other words, just watch, see this board and imagine me turning the board around, and then what do you see on it? That's one of the ways of doing it. You could have gone back in time in New Zealand when I did this a week ago and said, well, what did he show then? You see, that would have been another way to do it. There's lots of ways that you can get, yeah, you could come up here and read it off my paper. You could try to read it out of my mind, because obviously I've thought about it, I wrote it down on paper. So you could, there's many ways that you could get that information, exactly. But they're all getting it out of the database. Remember, this is a virtual reality. It only exists as ones and zeros. This is data in a database as it happens. And in the future probable database, just before it happens. Okay, so that gets me to the end of what I wanted to present, and now we can get on with the Q&A. If you'd like to, we have a hard stop in 45 minutes, so let's work it right up to then.
Hey, Tom. My question is, what exactly is a thought, and are we living in a matrix type reality?
What is a thought?
Yeah.
I could say something like it's your awareness of your intention. I just made that up though. But no, that's about as good as, you know, I mean, what is a thought? You know, that's pretty fundamental. You know, you have an intention. You can't have a thought without an intention. And an intention is you as consciousness doing something, seeing something, wanting to see something, wanting to know something. You have something, and that intention, as you become aware of it, you're a consciousness, you have awareness. So I guess you're becoming aware of your own intention, turns into a thought. So I'll stick with that, even though I just came up with it. I'll
Actually,
stick to
I just
that.
blindly wrote that down, but I wrote attention. So it's awareness of your attention.
Yeah.
Instead of intention when you just
Yeah, okay.
I just blindly wrote
It's attention on your intention.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the second part was, are we actually living in a matrix type reality?
No, it's not the same as the movie, The Matrix. It's different than that. The movie got a lot of things wrong. It got some things right, but it got a lot of things wrong. One, we're not being used as batteries. But it got some other things wrong fundamentally about the way the Matrix worked as well. But no, we're living in a virtual reality though, yes. And that was a virtual reality in the Matrix, so those parts are very similar. Some of his structure, how he got there, wasn't quite right. The virtual reality is just computed. Think of this virtual reality as being very similar to World of Warcraft, even more similar to No Man's Sky. I don't know if that means anything to you. That's a new virtual reality. It's even more similar to that because our reality is done very similar. I should say No Man's Sky is done very similarly to the way our reality is done. Nothing is saved in memory. You look over here, you see what's over there. You look over here, that disappears. It's not saved in memory or anything. Everything is calculated on the fly at the time it's needed. That's the way it is here. So you go visit a world, you explore all over the world. As soon as you turn your back on it, it's gone. If you turn around again, it gets recomputed. It's computed based on probability. Once that probability gets computed, now anytime anybody looks at it after that, that's what they'll see. But the first person that looks at it, all that's drawn out of probability, and that's what they get. So the programmers have no idea what's on all these worlds. They programmed all these worlds, but they don't have any idea what's on them either, because all of them will be computed, if you will, generated out of probability that, you know, has a lot of randomness in it. So when you, so there's what, so many quintillion worlds in this universe. It's huge. They expect that somebody would have to play it for like 100,000 years before they'd get to actually explore all the worlds that were in this. And yet it's just a virtual reality that doesn't take up a whole lot of space on the computer and it isn't that hard to compute. See, there's a lot of efficiency in that kind of a virtual reality. So ours is more like that than it is like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is programmed. A programmer planted every one of those trees. I mean, he planted one and then he did paste, 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 paste. And there's a lot of them all over the place, but you know, it's all programmed. This reality and No Man's Sky are not programmed at all. They're computed on the fly, called procedural programming. You just set up the procedures and the procedures evolve into whatever they evolve into. So yes, it's similar like that. So think of No Man's Sky and that's the way we are. Or think of World of Warcraft and we're like that except we're not programmed. Yeah. Hard to get your head around, yeah, but that's the way it is. The more you think about it, the more obvious that'll become.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom, really going back to the lady was talking about reincarnation, I had an experience that I would like to know your opinion and how I can, to confirm what I can feel or just to feel a bit more comfortable with it, is that my brother, when I was 15, he transcended, so he went to the motorbike accident, passed to the other side, and then years went by, I got married, I had plenty of kids, I had one son, then I had girls and boys, and I was pregnant of the 7th one, and I asked him, I said, so what are you? He said, well, I'm a boy. Cool, okay. And then I asked, what's your name? And he told me that his name was exactly the same name as my brother. So I said, no, please don't give me that name. Give me another one, you know. My mom is going to suffer. I'm going to suffer with that name. And no, that is my name, Francisco. My name is Francisco. So after a few weeks, I said, okay, your name is Francisco. I will tell my mother. She's not going to like it, but anyway, I'll do that. So, yeah, he was born. I didn't do any ultrasound. So, yes, he was a boy. His name is Francisco. Well, out of all, I have 4 boys and 4 girls. Out of all the boys, he's the youngest. He's identical to my brother and has the same name. He passed away when I was 15. Then I had the 7th son, or well, the 7th child, 17 years later. And it's the same energy, you know. My sister in Spain, I sent her a photo when he was a teenager and she was crying. He says, it's a split image of our brother, the same name. So can it be a relation that with reincarnation? That'll be one of my questions. And the other question related to what you were saying yesterday, that if anything goes wrong, we go back, you know, and the system will take it back to another checkpoint, let's say, and start again. And all those individual units of consciousness, all these avatars, has to put us somewhere else.
Right.
How did it create more population growing? Maybe it creates the system, but can it just go and erase them, or has to then, once they are created, has to put
once
them
they're
somewhere
created, it has to deal with them. Right,
Okay.
it has to work with them. It can make new individuated units of consciousness easily. You just take an average individuated unit of consciousness, one that's not particularly evolved, one that's not particularly unevolved. You can probably just sum up all the ones you got, take an average, copy, paste, 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 paste. Now you got 4 more. You see, so they're not hard to make. They're just subsets of the larger conscious system itself, so it can produce more subsets. So that's easy to do. And could that child of yours be your brother? Indeed, it could be, of course. And why would that be that way? Well, a couple of reasons. It may have been your brother's choice for the family that he didn't stay with, or it could have been the larger conscious system's choice because of all the learning it would help you and your mom and other people deal with that maybe you hadn't quite settled accounts there that brother was gone. And then this kind of tied all the ends together and helped everybody get over it. So it may have been that reason is why you got that. Okay. Now, to make it even more complicated and probably not so much fun, the larger conscious system could have known that this would be a healing event for you and your family. And it gave you an entity with your brother's name that was just like your brother. But your brother may have also just gone off and done something else. But see, the conscious system can do that because it can look at your brother. See, we are, as individuated units of consciousness, we are information ourselves. We're composed of information. Memory is just information stored, right? Processing, thinking is just information processing. We're information. So it's easy to take a copy, if you will, of your brother and give that to you, even though brother is going someplace else. It's not that hard to do. Yeah. So it's not necessarily the brother, but it was a brother. But what's the difference? Now we say, well, what's real and what's not? They're both your brother. You say, it is your brother. Anything else that might be going on isn't important.
Yeah, either way is fine. So, because now my son, he is who he is, and my brother was who he was.
Right,
so they're
exactly. Oh yes, they're going to grow differently.
So I'm fine either way.
Yes.
Because they're different parts of the story, but I just want to know what is your into reincarnation. So for me, that gave me, oh, well, maybe reincarnation, yes, it does exist and it does work. So give me that answer.
It has to work because otherwise, how can we learn this very hard lesson of growing up and making good choices if we just have one shot of it and then it's done? Done. What's done mean? What do you do when you're done? What next? What do done people do? See? Sit on clouds and play harps? I don't think so. That doesn't sound very productive. You know, what do done people do? See? Done just doesn't figure in. See, done isn't part of the logic flow that creates all, hits all the data points. The fact that nobody's ever done. That makes sense now. Not that everybody lives once and is done. Reincarnation is a logical part of this whole model. And the model doesn't work without it. Because if you don't have that, then there's a whole lot of things the model doesn't, a lot of data points around here that the model can't hit. There's all this data that we have that there's no way to explain it. You see, so it's not that I came up with reincarnation because I thought that was a nifty idea and I'd read about it in a book and thought I'd like to apply it because all those clever Eastern religions have it. It wasn't like that at all. I got to that because it was logically necessary in order to end up with a model that hit all the data points. You have, 5-year-old boys talking about the planes they flew in World War I or World War II or something, and they can say the name of the pilot, the plane, serial number, all kinds of detail, and you can go back and all that matches up. And what would a 5-year-old boy know about a particular plane and type and the name of the pilot that died in the war, So these things happen. These are data points, right? They're data points. Brian Weiss, I think, was the guy who popularized that, or at least found this boy and put this stuff out. But we have lots of data points like that. So reincarnation was a necessary, logical piece of the puzzle, and it explains a whole lot of things, a whole lot of data points that are out there that need an explanation. And your experience is one of those data points. So it's I don't have any qualms about it. I say, that belongs logically in the model. Otherwise, the model doesn't work. There's no purpose here. If this is not evolving, then what is it? Is it not changing?
Is that reincarnation, or is that just genes being passed on? Is the genes?
No, the genes don't remember the model of an airplane, that happened 300 or 400 years ago. Yeah, well, that kind of specific information usually isn't what genes do. That's not the kind of thing that they do. They do other kinds of things. They have memory, but they don't have memory of serial numbers on airplanes, out of World War I. That's not the stuff that gets encoded genetically.
The appearance is very gene dominated, so you can generate the next generation to look like the past generation.
And the genes are very malleable. They're not as, this idea that it takes 100,000 years to, modify our genetic material. That's not the case. You have a big experience right here. It'll modify your genetic makeup, right? Today, you'll pass some of that on to your children just because of an event that you experienced today. So genes are not that hard to change.
But if this boy looks like the previous generation, and as he's growing up, people will say he looks like so-and-so, and some of that information could be picked up.
Yeah, could be, but this child was too young to have been in that conversation. He was like 5 years old, not exposed to any of that stuff. His parents weren't exposed to any of that stuff. Nobody in the family talked about, pilots or planes or thing, and this boy just comes up with all this information.
This is a question, I guess. Is there a significant body of work? I'm not talking about happening 1 in 10 million people, but is there a significant body of work that supports that view?
Yeah, a lot of it. And I'd say if you want to start with some of the best part of it, Google Brian Weiss, Dr. Brian Weiss.
And Professor Ian Stevenson,
Yes,
3,000 cases of
that's another. Yeah, Professor Ian Stevenson. Yeah, if you Google those, you'll get lots of research that's been done. There's another one out of University of Virginia that does that too. Is that Stevenson? Yeah, okay. But these are done at universities with professionals who are credentialed to do the research and so on. And yeah, there's a lot of studies to say that. But I didn't look at it because of that. It's not, those were the data points that moved me to include it. I had to include it because evolution is very fundamental to my model. Things change for a reason. The reason is the lower entropy. And then everything else kind of has to grind out of that process. And to say that, well, there is no evolution. You have this one shot and it's done, rather than you learn and you learn and you evolve and you grow. Then I needed that growth path to make sense of other things down the line. And for me, the fact that it then eventually does better physics was another thing that kind of said, well, if you can predict the outcome of physics experiments, then that's the end of the logic trail. You have this logic trail, starts with assumptions, a couple of basic assumptions, and one of them is evolution, and then it works its way along, and out at the far end of it, out pops physics. Then it gives a little more credibility to the logic trail that produced it. Doesn't mean the logic trail is perfect. It just gives you a little warmer feeling than you had before if it does that. So that's why.
So I have a question right there, and please be respectful. We've already got 2 people queued up, so please wait until you get the mic.
Okay.
Tom, I'm just wondering what you think about the idea of us generating negativity or love and it building up somewhere and others being able to tune into that, in particular, like tune into negativity.
Oh, well, sure we do. We're all netted, right? We're all connected as consciousness. So if you are really, really negative, I feel that. Everybody around you feels that. Everybody in this room feels that. We're all impacted by that. Plus, because you're really, really negative, your behavior would be rude or, it's all about me and get out of my way and, how can I use other people to my benefit, kind of. And when you deal with people like that, they all get it. They all feel that. They know it. And yeah, you spread it around. And so the same thing as if you're love. If you're a very loving person, we all feel that as well. And your actions create more of it.
I don't mean like in the immediate environment. I mean like that it's like saying from the clouds, like the internet.
Yeah.
That you.
Well, of course, we have
into something that's not in your vicinity.
We have a collective consciousness as well, right? And the cultural, and we talked about that. Our culture is a collective consciousness. Well, that's all the people in the culture who identify with it. They're all summing up to something. And if that thing they sum up to is negative, then that'll be the overriding ethic in this culture. It'll be, how do I use people? How do I get what I want? That sort of thing. And you'll find arrogance, greed, all that stuff will be a common theme in a culture because that's who we are. Yeah, that's the feedback we get. Yeah, it does. It creates a culture, expectations, attitudes. And you don't have to have a bad thing happen to you to turn you, into a negative person. All you have to do is just be born here. And you pick that up. You identify with that culture. And it makes you a little surly, and it makes you want to take care of number one and protect yourself and not let other people take advantage of you. And you're not going to, don't tread on me. It gives you that sort of attitude, just being here. Even though your life has been a piece of cake. It's always been wonderful. Everybody loved you. You got all you wanted for Christmas. Everything was nice your whole life. And it's still, don't tread on me like you'd ever been tread on. You just pick that up out of the culture because that's the way we are. And that feeds itself. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And it works the opposite too. Yeah, with love, it works the opposite way. So when when you look at the newspaper and watch the news and see what's going on in the world and see all the greed and all the misery and all the control and so on, that's not a bunch of bad people doing bad things. That's us. You're looking at an accurate picture of who we are as a people, as a race. Across all the cultures, just look at humanity and say, if I had to describe humanity now, with 10 adjectives, which ones would I use? Probably things like arrogant, you list all these things, because that kind of describes the way we are, fearful. But so what you see on the news is an accurate picture of who we are collectively. It's like our average, which is a scary thought, but you can always change. You can always grow up. And positiveness is really very, it's a communicable ease, not a disease, but it's a communicable ease. It grows and spreads pretty quickly if it can get a start.
So we could decide not to tune into negativity or love.
Yeah, we can change that. And we can change it pretty quickly.
I was wondering whether you could talk about the difference between male and female love, because I feel like male love is more directing and penetrating, whereas female love is more enveloping. And I was wondering if there's a connection with that to like our reproduction.
Well, male and female are very different people. This idea that male and female, we're all just the same, we just happen to have different genitals, is not like that. We're two different kind of animals to a large extent. Okay, that's whether you get double X's or an XY means a whole lot of different things are different about you. The way your reality, the way you see the world, okay, the way you interpret information, the fact that you are more or less from the being level. We saw that in Pear Labs, makes a difference. And it's not just cultural differences. These are fundamental differences at the biology level. So it wouldn't be surprising that there are different ways that we, what should we say, not project, but that we, ways that we love, ways that we interact with other people. One would expect that men and women would look at things differently. Okay, now, I've got a book going, which you may know of, called Primal Male, Primal Female, that I've been working on for decades. That maybe someday, if I retire from traveling around the world, I will work more on this book and get it published. But yes, there are basic differences and attitudes and approaches, and those are real, but they're complementary. They're very complementary. When let be and natural, they work very well together. Complement each other. That complement tends to make a whole. So, sure, there are different approaches there, and I'm sure different approaches to what love is are there as well. There's different approaches just to reality. Everybody lives in their own personal reality because you interpret the data of your own personal experience. But whether you're male or female, probably If you're looking at likes and differences, females from any culture, anywhere, probably have, any race, any culture, probably have more in common than, say, they have differences, even though they have different races and so on. There's something fundamental about female, and same with male. There's the same sorts of things, even though those cultures are very different, that could be said of men. So yes, that's certainly possible. I won't talk a lot about that specific thing, but that would not be surprising. It would be expected that there's difference in attitudes. So if you guys want to know a little bit about that subject, you can go to my website and look up Primal Man, Primal Woman, and I've got about 20 pages. It was just a little bit of an outline. It may account for maybe 5% of what this book's going to be about, 10%, but at least it's something there. You can go look that up and read it. That's where I'm going with it. And I got a lot of it up here that hasn't yet made it to paper. I just need the time to sit down and work at it with not being distracted every hour. So that's hard to get. That's hard to get right now for me. So anyway, another question?
When somebody come up with some major breakthrough in science or technology or metaphysics, is that possible that these people got this info from the LCS, or they navigate to the larger consciousness system and pick up this information from there?
Yes,
like
the answer to that is yes.
A lot of people doing that.
Yeah, that's where a lot of art comes from that, a lot of literature comes from that, and science comes from that as well. That's why they talk about the aha moments. That's where nothing makes sense, you don't have a solution, so you go to sleep and in a dream you go, I got it. Yes, things will synthesize sometimes in your head, just if you let it percolate long enough, and you get an aha, because finally all the things come together and you get the solution. Sometimes that is intuitive. Sometimes it's not just that what's in your head synthesizes, it's what's in your head comes together on an intuitive thing, understanding that just suddenly comes. And yes, that intuition is part of us as consciousness. Our intuition is kind of us plugged into the bigger system. That's what intuition is. It's our connection to the larger consciousness system. So yes, things like that happen. A lot of novels are written, and the storylines and things are written by people who are picking this up out of their intuition. They see the book, they feel the characters, they make that connection, and then it kind of takes on a life of their own. And it's almost like they're getting a download of it. They're not sitting and intellectually coming up with the plot and the characters and all that. It just seems to be something that they get, and that's intuition. So yes, science often jumps forward because of downloaded intuition. Suddenly things make sense. New ideas pop up. And it's not unusual for that same idea to pop up in 3 or 4 different places. Oh, who was it that made the first radio? Let's see, we have Marconi, we have, you can go and you can see that these ideas were bubbling up totally independently in 5 different places, all about the same time. Why was that? Well, partly because the culture and the science was right where that was maybe the next step, and that was the next obvious thing to do. But also, I think there's an intuitive element to that as well. Actually, anything that you do, if you do it really well, there's an intuitive element to it. If you're an athlete at the level of being in the Olympics, you would tell people that it's 80% a mental game. Yes, you got to learn how to throw that javelin or put that shot or whatever, swim, do that stroke. There's certain techniques and things you have to learn, but that's not how you get into the Olympics. Lots and lots of people know the technique, and they don't make it to the Olympics. The difference between somebody who's really good and somebody that isn't, it's all up here in the intention. It's intuitive and it's intent-based, not just not just learning a technique. And that's what the practice is for. You practice over and over and over again for one reason, so you don't have to think about it. Because as soon as your intellect gets in there, it blows it all away. Now you can't throw that javelin half as far because you're thinking about what you're doing. It has to get to the point that the whole thing is intuitive rather than the intellect, because the intuition is much higher speed, more bandwidth. The intellect is slow and bulky and never has enough information to come to a reasonable conclusion. So athletes, not just honing and building muscles, they're building memory in those muscles so that they just do what they have to do without ever them having to think about it. They just kind of get into that space where they center. You can see them when they get up to do their thing. They stop, they center, they block out everything else. They're in a meditation state. They connect to, to what they're doing in their body, and then it's just like somebody pushes a button and they automatically run through their routine and do what they do. And that's what it takes. If you try to do things from your intellect, you would not ever end up in Olympic condition, competition. So most things require an intuitive component, not just science and art and literature, but just about everything we do. If you're a good parent, a lot of that comes out of your intuition, not because you figured out what the best way to do is. So we find a lot that this intellect that we give such credit for, solving all the problems and knowing what to do, mostly gets us in trouble because we try to think of a solution, but we've only got 10% of the information to come to a logical solution. We never have enough information. How do you deal with this child at this time in this situation? Well, if you could suddenly look at 100 such children in exactly the same situations and then let them go through adulthood and come up with some kind of scientific answer to what would be the best way to handle that situation, fine, but you can't do that. So you've got just a little bit of information and you've got to come up with an answer because there's the kid and you have to do something. Well, if you don't have any intuition and you're only working on your intellect, you're going to probably make a whole lot of mistakes. Intuition fills in all that stuff that you don't know for the most part. And where you get that information, you get it from out there, non-physical. It's not physical stuff. It's knowing and knowledge and it's that gut feeling. But if you don't practice with it, then your gut feelings is wrong as much as it is right. And now that gut feeling worries you too. So your intellect doesn't trust that gut because that gut sometimes tells you to do stupid things. So you have to practice it. All these exercises we talked about today all help you practice that intuition. Practice getting that information, accepting it, not tossing it away because it conflicts with one of your beliefs or one of your fears. All this thing we're doing, all of that adds to your ability to use that intuition. So that's partly what we're doing, and that's why these exercises and learning to do this paranormal stuff is actually helpful for you, because it helps you grow up and to be a whole person. Not just intellectually focused and working, but a whole person with a right brain and a left brain, an intuitive part and an analytical part, working all together to solve your problems of life. That is more successful, see? And if you look around, like I say, look at the athletes, look at the poets, look at everybody who's at the top of their game, and you'll find people who are very intuitive. Because if you try to get to the top of your game with an intellect alone, even if you're playing chess, it probably isn't going to work for you. You need that intuition to really be good at it. So that's what this is really all about. That's why you grow up from doing some of these things. Just the process of doing it will change you. So it's not really the healing, it's not really the remote viewing. These are ways of learning how to access information, build up your intuition, connect to something larger, see a bigger picture, look at a bigger context. How do you fit into this larger reality? Why, you as a part of it, it's a part of you. You're connected to everything. Back to our indigenous people, right, who were kind of at one with their culture and their reality. You kind of have to get back there, but not from where they are, but from where you are. in part of this industrial revolution, monster culture that we've developed to pretty much taken over the world. We have to start with that. And that's an individual thing for all of us to develop. So that's really what you're going to get out of these things if you decide to go work at them and not just kind of, well, that was fun. Now what am I going to do next? Where's the next workshop? You say, if you actually take this to heart and say, well, I'm going to practice on this, I'm going to work on it, it will make you a different person. You'll grow up with it. And it's not the healing, the out of body, the remote viewing, that's not the point. The point is the process of getting rid of fear. See, building an intuition. Okay, somebody had a... Oh, okay.
Just a quick question, Tom.
Okay.
About, I think you said that being here this weekend changes our modifies our genetic makeup. Is that what you said? Or
I said it can. If you have an experience that really is dramatic for you, then it can change you. I don't say it has to, but it can change you and change you at a genetic level. The mind leads, the body follows. As you grow up and become a different person, your body will modify and become a different body to support that person. So yes, you can get that, and it could be the result of this weekend, or maybe this weekend doesn't affect you that strongly.
Because I thought genetic modifications occur over a long time.
Yes, that was the old thought, that it occurs over a long time, but they're finding out with a thing called epigenetics that that's not true. Your intent modifies your genetics.
I had a conversation with a male friend of mine a while ago, and we were talking about intuition and being sensitive to other people's emotional states and whatnot. And I was saying that I considered myself to be someone that was quite sensitive to how other people felt. And he was like, "Oh, explain what you mean about that." And I said, "Well, if somebody walks into a room that I'm in, and if they're really, really anxious, or they're this or they're that, I can pick up on it straight away, and it makes me feel that way straight away." And he said, "Oh, you can feel that, can you?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay, well, what about if you're sitting in the room and your eyes are closed and that person walks into the room? Can you feel that an anxious person is walking into the room then?" And I was sort of a bit thrown, and I was like, "Well, I don't know, I probably don't think that I could." And he said, "So you're not really feeling anything. You're so good at picking up little psychological nuances and twitches in an eyebrow, looks to the side, or body language, and that you're mistaking that for intuition and feeling." And it's really thrown me off, and it's stopped me from feeling like I have that intuition, because I didn't really know how to explain what he'd said to me.
Okay. What happens is that you do both together. You see, you get the body language because the body language will tell you things. If people have this posture or this posture, it tells you something about that person, about their personality. If how they walk, how they present themselves, how they dress, if their eyes are twitching, whatever, it tells you something about what's going on. So the body language is important. But the body language is mostly a confirmation of your intuitive sense. And the reason that you couldn't really answer that and don't know is because you don't normally sit in rooms with your eyes shut. That's not what you do. So you don't have a lot of experience of sitting in rooms with your eyes shut. And if your eyes were shut, you may not know somebody walked in the room, you see? And it's not a matter of they just put out this vibe like they would put out an odor. You might smell them. Let's say they had a lot of perfume on. And they walk in the room and you go, somebody just walked into this room, you see, because now they're putting out this thing that you're sensing. It's not like that with the intuition. You have to intend to get that information. Now that intention may come automatically, so you just do it. But it's still an intent to collect that information. So unless you have that intent, then you don't get that information. You normally do have that intent about people. That's what makes you empathic. So you have that inclination to have that intent with the people you meet. And when you do, you get that information. And it's non-physical. It has nothing to do with body language. It has to do with an intent. But sitting in a room with your eyes closed is not a natural environment. It's not a natural thing that happens. Okay? If you can't smell the person and you don't hear them, you won't know they're there. If you don't know they're there, you won't put out that intent. If you don't put out that intent, you won't get the information. So the scientist who puts on the blindfold, plugs up your nose, puts earplugs in, and says, okay, tell me if anybody's anxious in the room. And you say, well, I don't know. Who's in the room? It's just you and I a minute ago. They say, see that? You don't have any intuition. Well, no. They don't understand that the way that intuition works is that you're querying a database for information. Whether you do that intellectually or not, you're doing that. And that's how you get it. So it's a matter of you have to see the person, connect with them. Maybe you see a little bit of the body language, or maybe you're just curious, or you're just empathic and sensitive and like to connect with people. Whatever it is that's your motivation, you just do it. You've probably always done it. It's just the way you are, and it's nothing you particularly try to do or try not to do. It's just part of who you are, so it's very natural. It's not something you can intellectually describe to somebody. You know, somebody said, well, tell me, how do you walk? How could you explain to somebody how you walk? Well, I put one foot in front of the other. Well, that's not much of an explanation. Sure, I know that much. I mean, tell me really how you walk. How do you stay balanced on that foot from one to the other one? You only have one foot down. Why don't you fall over? You know, and they go through all, most people would say, well, I don't know, I just walk. You know, I can't tell you that. Well, it's like that with your natural. So when people put you in that bind, see, that's the way they want you to live in their world. In their world, it's all intellectual process. And if it's not an intellectual process, then it doesn't exist. See, in your world, everything is an intellectual process. So you could explain that to them, but they probably wouldn't understand. And if you did explain it to them and say, well, you know, I do have an intuition, I do get it, it's something I automatically do, whatever, they just say nonsense. You're just picking up cues, you know, it's not like that. But if somebody walked in, let's say, and had a bag over their head, well, right away you might suspect that there was anxiety or something there, right? The guy walks in, he's got a bag over his head. But if they did, such that you couldn't see any facial expressions or tics or body language, maybe the bag goes all the way down to their ankles, you could still sense that person, and you would. It's not just the body language. The body language just gets you, yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah, that connects, and it gives you a whole picture. But you don't need it, but it's helpful because it fills in the picture. But it's not something you do with your intellect. It's something that the whole thing gets integrated and you get the data, and that's the way it works. And a left-brain person that only does logical process can't understand that. It's just outside of their reality, and they can't understand it. And the more you try to explain it, the worse it'll get. Yeah. So you just have to smile politely and say, you just don't understand. And they'll say, just like a woman. Yeah. Yeah.
One last question up front, but we also have a short timeline. So
Okay.
Mine's somewhat of a follow-up to that. I'm very sensitive too. And what's the best indication with people that are in your lives that have got those negative vibes? You want to help them, but how can you tell that it's valuable or not to continue that relationship?
Okay, how do you know? You don't. You can't know for sure. But if you feel that there is potential there, you know, they could learn. There's potential. They're not against learning. They're not real arrogant to where they shut things out. Like here, we're talking about somebody who thinks they know more than they do, when they only themselves have a small picture. They can't understand somebody with a bigger picture. So if you think there's potential, then the way you help somebody like that isn't by giving them instruction or telling them what's wrong with them, obviously. You help by giving them a safe environment. See, growing up is about making choices and taking chances. Taking chances because what inhibits us from growing up is the fear. To do something kind of in the face of your fear takes courage. It's hard to do. And the best way you can help somebody do that is by giving them a completely safe environment. That's often in the terms of unconditional love. About unconditional love, if it's conditional, it's not love. All love is unconditional love. Conditional love is a deal. It's an arrangement. It's a business deal of some sort. I'll do this if you do that. Unconditional love. So you give somebody that, they know that even if they mess up, even if they look foolish, even if they seem to be, have rough edges or whatever, that'll be all right because it doesn't matter. You're just there, you'll love them anyway. That gives them then the security to deal with their fears and become different. Not only that, it gives them a reason to deal with their fears and become different because they've got something really, really rare, somebody that loves them unconditionally, and they want to grow up to be worthy of that. They can feel that, you see? So that helps them make that choice. I really need to grow up here because otherwise I'm going to mess up something really wonderful. But you have to give them that really wonderful thing unconditionally first. So that's the best thing you can do to help somebody else grow up, particularly if you're talking about a significant other, somebody you're real close with, some member of a family. You can just give them unconditional love. Now, if there is no potential for growing up, and you end up in an abusive relationship, you see, that they're not coming to that conclusion, well, then you've given it your best shot. You've tried. It didn't work. Move on. Go someplace else. You don't have to stay there forever and bang your head against that wall. But you probably do have to give it your best shot. Otherwise, you'll never know whether you just got out because you didn't, of your own fear, or whether, you could have made a difference. So that's the thing. Love is something that you can give singularly. It doesn't take two to love. It only takes one to love. And you give that away with no expectation of anything coming back. That's unconditional love. You see, it's not that they have to do something to earn your love. If they have to earn it, then it's not love. Love is something you give away. So that's kind of hard idea for some people, but that's the nature of love. Most of us do not fall in love, we fall in need. We have needs, and other people meet our needs, they meet our needs, we meet their needs, so we call that love. It's really falling in need. It's not unconditional, it's I'll do this for you if you do that for me kind of thing, you see. That doesn't end well most of the time. Most of the time as you grow differently and your needs change. Now you have more needs that they didn't sign up to, and they have more needs that you didn't sign up to. And besides, meeting somebody else's needs gets old. It's a deal, right? So love is really the only way to go, and unconditional is the only kind of love there is, and it only takes one in a relationship. And if that other person has enough quality, they have potential, that will help them grow up and make those choices to become more loved themselves. Without that, it's harder to do it because now you have to have the courage to stand up to your fear and become different on your own. So that's the only thing you can do to help someone grow up is give them a safe environment and hope that they have enough quality that they can grow up. If they don't, then wish them well. They're on their own path, doing the best they can with what they've got, and wish them well and send them on their way, or you send yourself on your way. Okay, we're done? Thank you, folks. I really appreciate you being here.